Hi. So, hello. I don't really know how to do intros, so I'll just wing it. Hey, hi, hello everyone. I'm DilyDaly or Daily, and, I'm gonna play Citizen Sleeper 2. So, I played a bunch of the first game, got all the achievements. I did not complete the free update or the expansion updates. Mostly just because I was so focused on trying to complete the achievements that I saw that there weren't any achievements for completing the expansion updates, so I just didn't end up doing it. But this time, I'm going to try and complete everything. So, I don't know if the expansion updates were like the definitive end, so I don't really know where this picks up off of, or how or where. So, I'm kind of just winging it through the start of this. I will say I did look through the difficulty options and the classes just to know what I wanted to do, so you're not sitting here the whole time. So let's get into it. So obviously, new game. Just show you I haven't played this game at all. And we're gonna do dangerous. Kind of sucks. Death is permanent and all that, but there is an achievement for completing the game on dangerous, and I've played a bunch of the first game, so I hope it translates well. And then I looked through all of these classes. I'm going to leave them here for enough time for you to pause and read them. In the first game, I'm pretty sure I used the machinist to complete all of my achievements because he just worked the best, at least for how he worked in the game, or in the first game. But this time, well, I'll be fair. On my first playthrough, I used the operator because I thought it would be cool. And just wasn't very effective when I was trying to spam through achievements. So this time, I'm going to do the operator, and hopefully I don't get absolutely screwed like how I did my first playthrough of the first game. Ooh. Oh, my controller's plugged in. I'll just, there we go. So, I had my controller plugged in because I've been playing a lot of Rocket League. I'll have a video for that at some point, or maybe I already have it up, I don't know. So, I don't know if I'll be doing post-game narration. I don't know what I'll be doing, so I'll just read it for right now. In the moment before waking, the dark space before conscious thought, you struggle to find the pieces of yourself. Usually these pieces come with a particular cadence, each appearing sequentially like the boot process of an old terminal. First, your body, artificial, compromised, but relaying sense data all the same. Then it's context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact of your birth in 0G. Then emotion, coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it that first instinct, the one that has framed your past 100 cycles, fear. But that familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, you are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscured and scattered. Among all the disarray, only one familiar thing arrives: the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear. The drowning fear. The falling fear. The fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is the fear that tells you something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Wake up, sleeper. No, hang on. Wake up, sleeper. The voice is whispered in your ear. Oh, whispered? Damn it. Wake up, sleeper. I don't even know if you could hear that. My settings are all messed up on my OBS. The voice is whispered in your ear, an act that makes you suddenly aware of your head, pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Sleeper, a familiar name, a mind copied, emulated, a body built, implanted, one person sleeping until their debt is worked away. Their double being made to work, to be consumed and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. But you escape. You remember that now. Broke free of your corporate creators, S&ARP. I'll be honest, I kept reading that in the first game and I didn't know how to say it, so that's how I'm saying it. S&ARP. In search of a future, you cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know the fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden, you remember you have eyes, and your eyes flicker open. New character, I think? Pale eyes, in a pale face, Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear. One you recoil from instinctively. Alright. We giving this guy a voice. Sorry to interrupt. A sharp smirk. But this ends here. You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontal floating body, looking down into your eyes. I took you in, protected you, gave you a purpose. You try to look away, to the corners of your vision to find something you understand. Your body does not respond, but I suppose that wasn't enough. Oh. But I suppose it wasn't enough. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters, this object you know and have known for a long time. Stabilizer, the drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, your inevitable decay, the only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid roiling in the vial fills you with disgust. Lane pockets the vial. But it would be a waste on you now. After what you have done to this body of yours. He looks at you with a palpable disgust. Lane's eyes scan your body as they do, and as they do, you become aware of the wires and tubes attached to you, those that were meant to free you from your dependence, from the stabilizer and the control it grants Lane. They are free. They are free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It is a voice you know, but when you search your mind to try to understand why, you find only dizzying darkness. Shut him up. Lane barks the command, and you hear the sounds of impact of pain from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, and this time you feel a flicker, the twitch of a finger. You feel the extension and compression of synthetic muscle. Free, are you? Lane smirks. You were free when I disabled your tracker. When I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scans your body with angry eyes. Now, you aren't free. You are just broken. I had such big plans for you, Sleeper. I invested in you. Lane grips your arm hard, and you feel a jolt of reaction. You will the arm to move, but you ruined all that. Lane speaks louder, over the sound of the struggle behind him. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it. But your emulation? You feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips the thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. I wasn't paying attention. Did we lose? I think we probably lost condition. Lane jerks forward, slamming across your body. Yeah, wait. That sounded... Hold on. Lane jerks forward. Okay. Slamming across your body, then spinning away out of sight. I'm trying to picture that in my head. It doesn't really make sense. Whatever. You feel yourself rolling. That time it's rolling. You feel yourself rolling, the cables plugged into you, looping and wrapping around your limbs. Oh, another character. When you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables, you glance around wildly and see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Hey. He waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out long. He unloops a cable from around your waist, from around your wrist. Sleeper? Help me out here. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you. You feel his hands on the connector, flicking switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on. He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. You see the room you are in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by big windows looking out on an impossibly bright, screen-filled street beyond. In the corner you see the dark shape of a floating body, surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move! You are wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you. And then you are out in all that brightness, all that movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. Not gonna lie, I know this is a very narrative game. This is a lot of reading. A lot more reading than I remember from the first game. It's only been 13 minutes. Well, 14, I guess. Well, for me, I don't know how much I've cut in and out of me doing this little bit where I just talk random stuff. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guided you, here pausing to catch his breath, he doubles over beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. I mean, I don't know how much skin we have as a sleeper, aside from like our face. Whatever. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember this station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through this place. He looks up and meets your eye. Oh, finally, we get to say something. What's going on, Sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead and floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me. Where are we, actually? Damn, my mic is peeking out. I gotta talk a lot quieter. But actually, where are we? Because, like, I actually don't remember the name of the station we were on before in the first game. I also don't even know if this is the same sleeper. So, where are we? Somewhere on the Starward side. Not too close from the docks, I hope. You see a concerned frown cross his face. That's not what you meant, is it? He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waits for the answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark to the image of a station, no, a city, growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells. Shadowed by them, you open your eyes. Dark side. The word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before you heard yourself sound it out, you didn't know it was there. He sighs. And me. Who am I? You see something, like fear in his eyes, panic perhaps. You stare hard at his face. The slight upturn of his mouth, the intensity of his stare, nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his temple. The reboot. He's speaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process, and he lifts his head and stares at you. We need to get going. We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on. Come on. The rig can't be far. I just realized it's like the whole place. Oh, this is a much smaller station than the ring that we were on before. I'm assuming we're gonna get on that because that's in the opening screen, title screen. As you are led through the passages and service ways of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of dark side feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall walking up in these passages, cycle after cycle, the rhythms of the station flowing over you. Along with the crowds, you recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. I'm trying to... give me a moment. I'm going to just adjust my mic really quick. Alright. I moved my mic around a bit, so that way it's more comfortable for me to read and see everything on screen. Then Lane... Sorry. Then Lane, those pale eyes offering you a glittering vial stabilizer. The promise of supplying more for your work. A deal he locked you into like a cage. There your memory fails you, but in the dark beyond that moment, the residue of panic, of fear, remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in the cold passage. I ate a little bit ago, so I'm getting a little gassy, little burpy. Wait. Your guide holds up a hand, and you stop your glide using the wall. Ahead you see the tunnel opens up into a wide open bay with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels. The docks. They're watching the rig. He nods towards the docks, and you see one of the doors. You see one of the doors has a couple figures flanking it. One covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. Utsobo. Utsobo? Utsobo? Utsubo. Utsubo. I'm going with Utsubo. Utsubo. Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this. It's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye, and you see he is playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. I always wanted to learn how to do that. Ever since I saw I don't know if it was a trailer or a cinematic or a cutscene from Assassin's Creed Unity, that trick where you roll the coin over the dude rolls the coin over the fingers. You might know what I'm talking about. I think it was a cutscene for the Assassin's Creed Unity, and it was a DLC. I don't remember what it was called. Anyway, he sees you looking, slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraph. Voices. I'm a Seraphim, alright? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane, he was our captor. Both of us. We did this so we could escape. He probably has a much gruffer voice than I'm giving him, but at this point I don't care. We needed to reboot you. To break your dependence on stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod, meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete. And he sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I'll lead them away. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. At this point, I don't care what the rig is. Getting away from whatever the fuck is happening is probably more important. Get that door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. I'm surprised I said that properly. Normally I'd say I can't even get my own sentence right, let alone getting this right. See, I can't read. Alright. Seraphim kicks off hard and glides into the docks. Over here, shitheads! He bellows to the guards. He barrels through. They immediately push off from the wall, giving chase. Okay. Skill check. Oh, damn. Skill checks in conversations. I know how to do this, but I'll leave this here so you can read it. I'm also keeping my mouse off of words so they're easier to read for you guys. Okay, the better the rating of your skill, the more likely you will succeed the check. The odds of success are displayed when you select the check. When you select? So you probably get like a confirmation window kind of thing. You can see more info in the guide. So there is a guide. Actually, better yet, is there... it's fast. Probably lower the music for the sake of it. Okay. Hack the door. Oh, so like when you hover. Ooh, that's bad. Yeah, we're an operator, right? We can hack the door. This is easy. But I'll read. You wait a breath, then glide across to the door. They were You wait a breath, then glide across to the door they were guarding. You look, already panicked, at the tightly sealed door. its control panel locked out. You hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open. Hack. Hey, okay. You shift to the control panel, your fingers dancing across the keys. Without thinking, you access the maintenance layer and trigger a fire safety venting procedure. Venting procedure. Blah. The panel drones out a klaxon. And the door pops open with a hiss. A clack sound? Whatever, a klaxon. Go, go! Seraphim flies past you through the doorway. Seraphim flies past you through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the two guards approaching fast across the docks. Quickly glide after Seraphim. Seraphim is already at the rig's door, inputting an entry code. Oh, is the rig the ship? Yep, your refuge in the belt. The rig's door scissors open. Okay. And you both rush inside. Quickly! Seraphim grabs... had a problem with it, then said it wrong. Said it correctly. And then thought I said it wrong. Seraphim grabs you by the arm. Bleh. Okay. Seraphim grabs you by the arm and drags you to the cockpit. The ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on. The rig's drive rumbles into life, and Seraphim slams a button on the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls away. Oh. A lot more interactive with the stuff actually happening. Because I remember in the first game, it's like, stuff would happen, but it would just fade to black, and then, oh, the thing moved, or the thing's gone. Like the colony ship. And it's not, like, it was technically a colony ship, but it was called something else. I don't remember what it was called. Okay. As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic systems nudged there by the port's docking protocols, you feel a sense of relief. Alright. Seraphim burned hard out of Darkside, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open space between you and Lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Seraphim breaks the silence. We're good, sleeper. His eyes don't leave the monitor, and you realize this part of your escape is routine for him. You and he must have docked this ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is, you don't remember any of them. We made it, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. Affirmation. Affirmation is important. He turns, and you see a pained look on his face, as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before, in this same situation? You know what sucks? Every time I like pop my neck or something, I always remember the stupid thing one of my friends said. It's like, did you know every time you pop your neck, a chance of dying or whatever the hell? Same with like sneezing. I'm like, I don't need to hear that, and now I can't stop thinking about it every time I do. Alright. mean, it's probably important to ask, right? I mean, like, apparently we're good friends. So, like, he looks at you, chewing one side of his lip, searching your face. Not really. He puffs. Seraphim reaches up, flickering through a set of switches in a practiced fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch, a little frustrated with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize it's just another thing you've forgotten. A clunk that runs through the walls of the ship is followed by a short, percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphim kicks off from his seat, twisting as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find the rails on either side of the door, and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit in cold cyan. We need a plan. He glances around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly. He sighs. We need to talk. We need to talk. Or not. Seraphim furrows his brow. Not now, sleeper. We need to forget. He flinches at the words coming out wrong. We need to focus on something other than... Pauses again, unsure. Us. He sighs. We need to survive this thing first. Then maybe we talk. I mean, I won't lie. I had a feeling that was important. That's unfortunate. Let's not get combative. Clearly, he doesn't want to talk about it. Clearly, not the time. I mean, we kind of have the time right now, but I'm sure there's something more important we can be doing than talking after we just docked, right? So, staying silent isn't really just affirm. Seraphim nods, but the tension remains. We have bought ourselves we have bought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window as the blinking lights of the station. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. I think I just completely skipped this. You may not remember Hexport, but I do. There are plenty of opportunities for us here. Wow, I messed that up. I mean, I didn't exactly. I mean, I did, but not that bad. And there are plenty of opportunities here for us. If we can keep our heads down. If we can keep our heads down. He turns back to the corridor. That's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides toward the main lock, and you follow, pulling yourself along, hand over hand in 0G. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps a hand against the ship's insides. So we need to refuel. That won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm gonna get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any gold connections. People that might throw us an easy contract. He glances back over his shoulder. You keep out of trouble. Yeah. Low profile. Seraphim stops at the airlock. Stopping the reboot halfway through. He pulls a worn crew jacket from a locker and starts putting it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into his sleeve. I don't want you passing out. Passing out in... He stops. That'll be fine. Seraphin drops his head, swearing to himself. He grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put the damn hood up, will you? You take it and slip it on. Thank you. Seraphin nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open, and Seraphin glides through. Wait for a bit. Wait for a bit. Then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people traveling together. He looks at you in your worn crew jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Suddenly you recognize Seraphin's instinct to look after you. A flash of relationship now lost to the reboot. A flash of a relationship. Whatever. Catch. Catch. Seraphin throws a handful of something toward you. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hand, you see a stack of cryo chits. Those should get you some food. We'll need some more for fuel and supplies. He grimaces. That means odd jobs on the station for both of us. Seraphin kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, alright? He shouts, don't go too far, alright? He leaves. Or he shouts as he leaves. Take it slow. And with that, he's gone, leaving the connecting bridge and heading into Hexport's docking concourse. You wait a moment in silence. I don't think we have the bandwidth for this right now. Especially when we can just talk to Seraphin later. So, like, thinking about Lane... Like, talking to Seraphin later will solve both of these problems. So, like, right now, let's make a plan. Let's get some ideas going. You try to think ahead of what might be coming. You'll need work. That's the first step. But what then? Lane will be coming eventually. The sooner you can put some distance between you and the Hexport, the better. So that's the plan. Rest, resupply, and run. I mean, I feel like that just made sense. I feel like you talked about this earlier. I don't think this is a new plan. You shake the thought from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer. You kick off and glide into port. Alright. What do we got? It's also the first time I'm playing Citizen Sleeper on PC. When I played the game the first time, I played it on console. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. The game runs in cycles. Okay. Clocks towards new scenes and events. You can review tutorials anytime. Cool. Alright. Okay, scrolling does this. Good to know. And this is just the current event. Oh, we can do stuff here. You can quickly visit and leave the rig with a right click. The rig is your ship and home in the Starward belt, which the rig is docked at a hub. There are multiple areas you can visit. Bunks use dice to reduce stress. Galley use supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is in dock at a hub, your crew will also help to gather resources to contribute to the upkeep of the ship. You choose which resources they should focus on in the crew task menu to the left. This thing, I guess. You can choose which resources. Okay, I read that. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. Cool. This clock is a cycle clock. Yeah, okay, I know how that works. Task, chance per cycle. So okay. But you are sure that he'll close the gap as soon as he's able. So we have about this much time before we leave or something happens. This is food. Save for contracts, but when food isn't readily available. So we'd put in this. We can only have 5 at a time. That's kind of weird. Export. The exchange. Or the dock. Seraphim. Let's get some supplies. Probably for the best. Okay, just learning the controls. Okay, the docks. Woo. Guy got it. Okay. Chat to cruise or explore the docks. Well, don't really know how to select stuff, but I'm just kind of going for it right now. So if I do this, what are we looking at? 100% positive. What about with a 5? 50 neutral. What about a 4? Got some negative. What about a 4 over here? 5? Okay, so it's the same either way. Exploring the docks myself. Thrilling and intimidating. There are plenty of crews milling around the docks and moving cargo. They could be good source info. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It makes more sense to just get information here. Using the least amount of these dice as possible. We got some pretty solid rolls too. Let's just get as much info as we can. Yeah. So does that progress every clock or just that clock? Just that clock. Okay, good. And that didn't unlock anything. Nothing so far, at least. What have we got over here? We got a plus on this. Impress the brokers. The exchange buzzes. This is a place where contracts are found. You just need to look. So, ooh, that's pretty good. And so then I assume having a negative. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Let's hit this. Got to. New location. What do we get? Export trade hall. Can buy supplies. Buy fuel. Not horrible. Let's just complete the clock. Or should be able to complete the clock at least. They're getting damn close. Doesn't seem like we unlocked anything new with that. Then this should be fine. Chances are they don't care. I mean, right? Yeah. Cool. What do we get? Export canteen. Eating gives you energy and stops you from starving. Different foods give different amounts of energy. Right, where's my energy? Because this is my condition, right? Or is this my energy now? Don't fully know what I'm working with for most of this stuff. So, we unlocked a store. And we unlocked a canteen. I mean, I don't want to spend cryo right now. And we have supplies, but we probably shouldn't use it at this moment. How much is fuel? Fuel is 25. Don't have enough, so it's probably better that Seraphim gets fuel. In the meantime, chat with Cruz some more. I mean, this will probably be more. New location. What do we get? You've used all the dice for the cycle. You need to end the cycle. Okay. Another bar. Play Star and Stroker. Ooh. That'll be good for later. Ben's Fry. Actually, is this my energy? Or do I not have condition because I had the reboot, so I don't need stabilizer anymore, so now it's just starvation? Which is this? And I assume I lose 2 or 1. I don't want to spend shits if I don't have to. Let's just rest, and then we can finish exploring that later. End cycle. Okay, so yeah, we lose 2. We're in trouble, sleeper. We're in trouble, sleeper. Seraphim leans into the bunks as you are getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes, and glide down the length of the rig. The cool air making you shiver. Seraphim is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through the side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphim inside, holding one of a tangle of arm-thick tubes that are waving in the zero-G engine room. You know what these are? Oh, wait. Whoa, hang on. I was reading it, but I wasn't really paying attention. Length of the rig. So we're still in the rig. We're in our engine room. Bah! Seraphim shrugs. Close enough. Damn. These are the engine's feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no. They aren't supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? These must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way out of Darkside. He looks at the mess. We are lucky the reserve tank is empty, otherwise... He shakes his head. It would have been bad. But... He pushes the pipe to this... I'm not gonna lie, I'm just kind of giving up on the voices a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I just want to keep getting to the playing part, because now we have less energy. No feed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps the large lumpen housing of the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. So we fix it? Seraphim sighs. That's the short of it. Seraphim whacks the engine housing again. Harder this time. Just not been our run of luck. He turns and starts gathering the tangled feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We will need a new set. We'll need a new set of these. That's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So how about you try to track them down? I'll take a look at things here and see if I can figure out another fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, Factory Row is the place to find ship fitters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the station. Seraphim keeps working. Wait. Seraphim pauses, seemingly unsure. There's something else. He drops the feed lines as they float, waving in the air like a tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt. He frowns. A message went out everywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. Blah. And we can't leave. Exactly. Seraphim sighs. Which is why we need those feet. That's why we need those feed lines. I'm going to try to work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. He looks down. I'm no ship fitter. But while I do, you go hunting. See what you can turn up, okay? He smiles a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphim clean-up efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed lines, that's the next step. You take a deep breath and head out. Alright. Oh, we're cooked. Okay, I know how the drives work. Placed above the location. Oh, so there's markers now. And this time we're getting escape the export. Toggle tracking on. Cool. Oh yeah, upgrade points are still a thing. Oh, we can finally look at this. Oh, so we don't upgrade these anymore? Or we do? But we also have a whole other skill tree. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. This is the new thing. And we have negative over here. It's 4. We have neutral, so we'd have to use this. Over here we have 3. We would need to use... You would need to use both of these. Ah, why do we have to have negative? Maybe some chits? Let's get some chits. That's not a lot. I was kind of hoping for some more. And then that's going to be not good. Okay, we got us some more. 13. 7. Yeah, it's not important to do anything with that. This is a horrible idea. Yeah, let's just... Oh, damn. Yeah, fuck no. Take the risk. Let's go. New location. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Okay. Paid data to use a work on offer. Okay. So we've found work. That's good. But that's not what we're looking for. This is awful. Well, let's hang on. So we have a positive. What are my rolls with these? Let's spend some chits. Okay. We're clear for the next day. For right now, at least. Okay. Now we use these to get some moolah. 7. 50 or negative. Maybe I don't use it. Maybe I don't use it. And then, yeah, I'd rather get fuel because that's expensive. Or to fill, it's 25. To buy fuel, that's not bad actually. Well, we're probably gonna need supplies. Let's buy some supplies. buy one fuel for the sake of it. And then... what do we got? 50? 50-50? What's it do with a 1? It just doesn't do anything to it. We have the chits to get energy back. Let's go! Okay. Factory Row howls as you glide through its cramped passages. Whatever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Whirring factories, precisely engineered components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer incessantly at bent ship plates. Everywhere you look, there is energy and activity, and for good reason. Hexport itself is built on... Jesus, this is loud. Okay. Hexport itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors is enough to power a city of machines. It is familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way because of Darkside. That place and your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it is hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors 10 or 20 times more in number than Hexport's. And that wild, flickering city growing on their back like a tumor. Man. I don't know what it is, I'm just yawning. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial, but deep in Factory Row, you could almost be back in Darkside. And then you see them, tubes just like those Seraphim had waved in your face, the felines. That sounded like felines. I'm dumb. Anyway, you push over to the display window at the unit, marked Karsten's Supply, in block capitals cut from hull plate. There, amongst an angled shelf of oversized ship components, sit the feed lines, like some large biomechanical tangle of snakes. You slip inside where the sound of Factory Row is a little screened, and spot a large figure working at a bench, hunched over, concentrating. It seems he doesn't notice you either. He's concentrating. I'm not going to bother him. You let him work, watching as, despite his heavy build, he delicately aligns the components. There, layers slotting like puzzle pieces. After a few moments of observing the process, he turns his head a little towards you. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. He's probably no nonsense. There's a sharp clink as Karsten places his tools in the component against a magnetic plate on the wall. He turns with surprising grace and begins cleaning his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes can scan you, but Karsten's thick-set features do not betray the results of his assessment. Custom built, those, for a client that never collected. He looked at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs then? He sounds out the letters in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about your ship, but the memories elude you. Perhaps Seraphim should have come along. I think so. Karsten squints a little. Right. Look. Karsten drifts over to where you are standing, his imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinctive monotone. Let's say a few hundred cryo, on clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say, to be precise. 400. 400. Karsten says back, repeating her question without the emphasis. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame, but it's just what they are worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something that might be a smile. However, I'm more of the bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. Karsten nods sagely. There's a little favor I need a crew for, and well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there. Very old, pre-collapse. It's tucked away in a dead zone, so no one has ever really cut it. He shrugs. Not only that, but Solheim derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when approached by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming. He smiles. So he does know how to smile. Based on earlier, what did he say? Screws his mouth a little, something to be considered a smile. I have a special interest, a need for that old tech. All those Solheim ships have a data core, and while I don't care about the accounting reports or material ledgers or whatever they kept on that damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So if I was to find you back here with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well then, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines. Karsten pauses, sniffs at the air again. You just need the coordinates. Simple as that. Simple as that. He repeats in his monotone way. So you interested? He glances back at his workbench because I'm a big busy man. I'll do it. All right then. He holds out a heavy hand for you to shake. And as you automatically reach out, he grabs your forearm instead. Karsten pulls you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this one between us, all right? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs a little drive into your palm. Those coordinates. And then he lets go of your arm. With that, you swear. With what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you do, whirring fills the air, Karsten having returned to his workbench. You know and glide out of Karsten's supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement, in a pit of your stomach and the cacophony of Factory Row in your ears. A contract. Seraphin might even be impressed. You look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route out. You think of leaving this place behind, in possession of an improved ship, too. Suddenly a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, wait up! June, I feel like I know you. Or a character like you, I don't remember. We'll see if you're with anyone else. You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hair waving from the rapid glide she clearly just came out of to catch you. She steadies herself using your shoulder. Sorry. She smiles a quick and flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flicker around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries, something data scrapers call a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. What's up? Karsten, she starts, while catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles that flat smile again, wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of your hand, and she smiles again. Are you sure? She nods. That's what he said. Carson's always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things. She pauses. That could be pretty helpful. So, she looks around the passage. Should I meet you at your ship and you can tell me when you're ready to go? Not sure. She looks nervous. Sure, I mean, you aren't sure when you're leaving? I'm not sure you're coming. She pauses, thinking. I mean, Carson said I need to go. She glances back in the shop's direction, and he does get pretty mad when people don't do what he asks. She shrugs. Had some crap on my mouse pad. Let's see. Okay. She glances around. Carson doesn't like waiting, but it's up to you. Junie pushes off and waves. Looking forward to working with you, she calls back as an afterthought. And I'll let her go. You watch her disappear down the passage. Things are getting complicated already, but at least you have a contract and a way to get the feed lines. Junie clearly works with data based on the gear she was lugging around, which might make her useful when it comes to pulling out a data core. But the question is, what does she get out of it? And why didn't Karsten mention her sooner? You consider your options as you head back toward the rig. I don't know about this, sleeper. Seraphin looks nervous out of the rig's windows as you finish explaining Carson's deal, as well as Junie's offer to help. If this job was easy, Carson would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch. He frowns at the stars. And there's definitely something going on with this Junie girl. He shakes his head. She would be useful, though, no doubt. Shakes his head. Seraphin shakes his head. And we desperately need help on a job like this. What if... Seraphin narrows his eyes. We could get the crowd together to buy the feed lines. Is it even possible? I found a contract board at the exchange, further in station. He gestures towards export. We take on a job that might get us some of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, even if we do want to take Carson's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel, supplies, be ready for whatever comes. I'll take a look. Good. Seraphin nods. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crew too. Seraphin shrugs. Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around. We take Carson's job right now, get it done before he can think twice. Seraphin yawns. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I still got work to do on the drive. Seraphin nods a farewell. Heading back to the engine room, let me know what you decide. For a moment you pause, letting the haze of plans and ideas settle in your mind. Suddenly you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles lock tight. Your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift, as if some connection has broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you are floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There is nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth. And then another shift comes and you are back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb and then a residual flicker. You flex in 0G, stretching out the tension. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain, a disconnection between your body and yourself. A flickering numbness that refuses to recede. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation you'll have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know so little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might preserve for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they are yours again. Time is the only thing you need, and right now, it feels like it's running out fast. You head for the airlock. You have work to do. You have unlocked a contract, open the map screen to view it. Okay, really quick. I'm going to restart the recording because for some reason my my OBS likes to freak out. So after an hour, and we're back. That did not take long. Okay. We need to get the feed lines. So it's either get 400 chips, or chits, not chips, or we get the data core. In the meantime, I don't have any dice. So, it's rest time. Contract board. Right, we have new drives. Complete board contract, recruit local crew. Find a crew member, accept Conway signal contract. $200 cryo. I mean, it's risky. I don't have the dice for this right now. This is awful. What about this? What about local crew? Exploring the docks. I can do that. With this dice, it's not for the best, but... Okay, now we just get positive and then we're fine, right? Right? That's how it works. Ah, you suck. It's a 50-50. Is it a 50-50 on one too? That's kind of pointless. I'll take the 50-50. Let's go. Oh dear. You know, I didn't think about that. That's not fun. I think it's as long as I don't rest while starving, I should be fine. The noise of raised voices cuts through the conversation, drifting out of the dark side shops. I probably should have eaten before I did that. Damn it. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group, surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bags slung over his shoulder. Well, this sucks. Distraction. That's fine. You look around, something that could break up a fight, and see the thick cooling pipes running down the alleyway. You quickly try to understand the system and choose a valve to start spinning. As you do, the system begins to vent in sequence down the alley, violent jets randomly bursting into the air. There is a scramble in the alley, and you spot the figure who was being attacked drop down to the alley floor. And your vision instantly fills with pale liquid as a jet coolant jumps out, hissing you, but sending you spinning in 0G. After moments, you manage to steady yourself. As you do, you see a clear alley. The assailants have fled, and with one figure gliding towards you. I suppose you think that was clever. The man gives you a severe look. You like to break up fights you didn't start, he laughs. Belt's gonna eat you up. He shifts the large bags on his shoulder, weightless but unwieldy in 0G. I was helping. The man laughs. Well, he shakes his head. Thanks, I guess. He kicks off and drifts past you. You watch the man go, and then after a moment he stops and turns back. He rubs his forehead, looking down as he does. What is your deal, anyway? He sighs. Maybe you are new here, but Hexport is no place for do-gooders. You needed help? Man smiles. I don't think so. He shakes his head. Bunch of cowards, idiots too. Getting beat up over some crap. Over some scrap. Look, let's not hang around, alright? The man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He unshoulders one of the bags, pushes it towards you. Make yourself useful. Let's head. It's such a weird way to shorten that sentence. Let's head out. Let's head. Like it feels unnecessary. It's already being conjunctioned. Whatever. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you are following. Then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markings. You look at the viewing window at its odd catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from two separate hulls welded together. Interesting. Symbol crash, he says, and you assume that's the ship's name. Femi, you bring in strays? A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Nia. Femi shakes his head. This one, he squeezes your shoulder. Helped me fend off some Hexport scum while you were busy sunning yourself. Nia raises an eyebrow. I'm sure you could handle them, big brother. Her glib response hides the flash of concern that passes across her face. You can't tell if Femi noticed. Nia turns to you. Thanks. She smiles sweetly. And I'm sorry for my brother. She shoots him a glance, just in general. I get it. I have an older brother. This is relatable. Nia, Femi murmurs. Enough now. He reaches over and takes the bag you were carrying. Nia rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory Row wouldn't take these. Femi hefts the bags. I'm gonna load them back up. Maybe we'll find a use for them. He turns back to you. Thanks for the assist, Sleeper. He nods firmly. Not what I expected. He slaps the button for the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to the symbol crash. Nia looks at you with raised eyebrows. I hope my brother was joking. Or did you really help him? Tried. Thank you. She looks back at the ship. My brother needs help more than he admits. What do you mean? She tenses. I don't know if... She smiles a tight smile. I shouldn't have said anything. She pauses, thinking, I want to ask you something. She takes a deep breath, then gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you are on Hexport, maybe you are with a crew. She stops herself. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you're looking. I am. She struggles to hide her smile. Nia looks back at the ship, then at you. Look, I'll be honest. Being on a crew with my brother is nice, but he is suffocating me. She frowns at her own bluntness. I'm not a kid anymore, you know. I just bonked my mic stand, my bad. But he still sees me like one. She shrugs. I need to get some water or something. Her voice is going. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? I'll think about it. I'm a good salvager, alright? You can use me. She smiles. I can spot things, find gaps, weighs in. She folds her arms across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. See, she glances back at the ship. Just consider it, alright? Let me prove myself. Suddenly a shout comes from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi. He makes both of you nervous. Nia looks in his direction. I should go. She pushes him towards the docking bridge. I'll be waiting. Nia gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. Alright, that was pretty good. Now, give me a quick moment. I need something to... I was gonna say wet my whistle, but that doesn't sound right. So I was like, my throat's dry. Okay, I need some water. Alright, I'm back. I need food. Okay, got 2 energy. It's enough for right now. With these, I can do... Not this one. This one? Yeah, I can get some chits. That's not great. That's better. 10, let's go. I can use that one for... Yeah, because I don't want to take that. Warehouse. Freight loading. Then I can't endure, so that, yeah, it's... I mean... Yeah, it's just better. I do this. And then I'll start the next cycle. I'll get some more food. Alright, now I'll start the next cycle. I just realized this was filling up that whole time. I should switch that. Okay. These are better. Let's get this contract, see what we're working with. Okay. What do we got? Complete board contract. Oh wait, like a map? Oh, a map. I'm bad. Okay. Karsten's thing is that one. And there's this one. 200 cryo. 2 fuel, 3 fuel. So we have enough for both. And I have decent rolls. Oh, I can get Nia. Well, hang on. What are we doing? They are concerned to see one so close. We are looking for someone to disable. We're disabling a signal. Probably don't need a scrapper for that. Probably just... I'll take her anyway, hopefully. Hopefully it's fine. Like... I'm also assuming this is not a one-way trip. Like it'll cost them to come back. It's a drone. Seraphin spots the signal source. Signal source first. The light barely shimmering off its dark hull plating. A design trait that betrays its covert use. A flash catches your attention. You see a rent in the hull, through which red lights pulse. Wounded. Seraphim shakes his head. Wish they'd finish the job. You've seen one like this before? Seraphim looks back over his shoulder towards you. We've seen one before. Don't you? He sighs. Sorry, I know it isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in a dark side bay. Though it was barely a shell, disarmed and deactivated, he had us searching through its guts for salvage. Even though one gave me the creeps, even that one gave me the creeps. It had its core ripped out. He pushes the ship closer. This one is still alive. Conway. Nia kisses her teeth. Corporate scum. You glance over at her and you see the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even care to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. She shakes her head, typical core-bred cowards. Run into them before? She glances at you. You might say that. She looks out at the drone. You won't see me taking my eyes off that thing for a second. Seraphim carefully glides the ship closer. You watch the drone. The system is full of these now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one out in the belt, though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with Senate stat mercs. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out. But look there. He jabs a finger towards a red light on the far side of the drone. It's still broadcasting. And maybe even receiving. How do we shut it off? Seraphim brings you ever closer. What I remember from the dark side job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. Core will turn off local systems and the broadcast array will sever the link with the Conway operators. Seraphim swallows. But you can bet those systems are protected. No, let him keep going. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to blow, Sleeper. He frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. He turns back to Nia. You hear that? I got you. She looks sincere. Seraphim brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through open space to reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to prepare. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system. The war that this drone was driven from. Out here on the shore of the conflict. The biggest danger is that this flotsam and jetsam drifting in with the tides and orbits of the system might one cycle bring the war with it. For now, the belt is outside of its reach, but looking out at the red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Welcome to your first contract. While on a contract, you will be able to assign 2 dice for each crew member, as you would assign your own dice. Pay attention to your crew's skills to use them effectively. On certain outcomes, crew will take crew stress. When their stress is full, you will no longer be able to use them to perform actions. I had a feeling. Because I didn't want them to have to, I didn't want to not be able to use her on a different contract. While on a contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Oh, so you want to complete these as fast as possible. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. And that's crew stress, I presume, since they both also have the same thing. Access hatch. Whoa. Okay, so I'm pretty set for this. That's going to take a lot. What about this one? She's pretty good for this. But he can set this up. Let's just take a look at our options. So, only I can do this one. So I should just spend everything I can on this. Program the hatch to reactivate. With the drone in such a reactive state, ready to fry itself in defense, perhaps reprogramming the hatch to open to your crew is the best approach. Or we can identify the route. It might be possible to slip through the gap in the drone's damaged hull, but once inside, where to go, how to find the broadcast array. So either I slip through, or I hack it to open so we can just trash it. 3, 6, 9. So 12. Or the risky. 3, 6, yeah, 12. But I have more dice to spam on this one. And if I take stress, it's fine. Or not fine, but... Oh, and I can use push to re-roll these. Well... Let's see what I've got first. This is gonna take a while. You have taken damage to a dice because of stress. When dice are rolled at the start of a cycle, your stress dictates if you take damage or not. Higher stress means a higher chance of damage. The white markers above the stress bar tell you which numbers will damage your dice when rolled. No, each dice has 3 dice health. Oh, that's so annoying. I shouldn't have done that. That's unfortunate. During a contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle to give you an edge in a tricky situation. Pushing cures one stress, but will give you a key advantage. Yeah, okay, I know. Ooh, this is painful. Oh, but now actually painful. Fuck. See, 'cause I can't use their shit. I can use his shit over here. Oh, maybe I should have done this one. Ooh, my decisions. Oh no, if it isn't the... Okay, so if I do this, not my forte, but so what? Oh, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Because I could use both of them here, or I could use her and mine here, and his over there. I didn't think about that. I just saw that I had a positive. Not your fault. Okay. I'm not gonna bother with ones. Okay. We rest. Right, that's the feed lines. Right Alright, there's no reason to because we're using that supplies right now. Oh, so that's how that works. Okay, let's rest. We're fine. We're fine. That's annoying. This one. Girly. What the f- You suck. God, this would have been so much faster if I wasn't dumb. There's no point in doing that. It's just rest, complete it, next run. It's so annoying. So if I roll a 1, I take damage on that specific thing. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. You have 100% positive. Just let's take the wins. Cool. Continue. You hear the bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something has started counting down, guys. Nia's voice comes hissing through the suit's comm channel. Does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Shit. Seraphine's voice joins her. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphine has dropped his voice to a whisper. As if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out a distress call or it's about to blow. We've got to shut this thing down fast, then we move on to the other side. I bet there's a surprise waiting for us there too. We good? Nia sounds tense. Am I heading back to the ship or what? Seraphine cuts in. We're good. We keep going. He shuts off the channel. We take a moment in the silence. Alright, time to deal with this fast and get this over with. Over to the other side before something bad happens. So... Okay. So this will... Okay, cycle clock. Disable the core, shut down the broadcast array. Once both are Conway drone won't bother anyone. Okay. Let's just fucking trash this shit now. There. And then now I have to do this side. Okay, so it wasn't pointless for me to do this. It's annoying, but... Then I have 1 more supplies. Okay. I cannot fuck up this side. So if I do this, it's a negative. We're fucked. You have a 4. But it's a... Why? Wait, can I fix... Can I be changed right now? I didn't think about this. I did not think this through at all. And I can't get rid of stress while on a contract. I have 1... Okay, we're... Last shot. 1 opportunity. Oh, that's so good. Okay, because if it's not great, save that. Okay. We use these. We get lucky. We use these and we get lucky. Okay, kind of mad. Whatever. Good. Now. This. Her. Perfect. You cannot fuck this up. It is so easy. It is so easy. Let's go. By the skin of our teeth. The thrumming, pulsing interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. You look across at Seraphim and Nia and share a smile. You all exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. One less piece of Conway shit to worry about. Nia grins. We killed it. Don't get too excited. Seraphim cuts in. It was looking pretty rough when we got here. You make your way back out to the hull. The drone now faintly rolling in one direction. Its stabilizers offline. Nia catches up with you as you glide towards the rig. We make a pretty good crew, Sleeper. We do. Nia grins widely. Grins widely. She punches you on the arm playfully. You reach the rig's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hull. It catches the light as it rolls in the vacuum. At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed to pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt, spread across this place as twinkling dust. The thought pleases you, as does the thought of all that cryo export now owes you. Time to go collect. Contract is concluded. You can now leave the map. Leave via the map. Cool. Fuck this shit. You can now travel back to the hub. Once you leave, you will not be able to return. Leave the contract. Leave. Fuck this place. Talking next, where Seraphim lets go of the controls and leans back in his chair. Nia leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. She stretches. I know you took a chance on me. Yeah, and you kind of almost fucked me up. Thanks for helping. Nia smiles an infectious smile. Feels good to make a contract work. Yeah. Seraphim smiles now, no matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree. And it feels better when the Hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chits. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the effort to slip his net. Suddenly you hear a familiar voice. Nia! Femi glides into you. This is not going to be good. Approaching from the docks, he fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Nia wanted to come. You go to speak, but Nia drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come throwing your weight around, Femi. I can make my own decisions. She glances at you. Sleeper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Femi is fuming. Did they now? He turns to you. Well, if you are working for Sleeper, I hope they paid you well. Nia looks away. Well, I asked, so. Femi smiles. Oh, so they aren't paying you? Seraphim crosses his arms. Let's keep this civil. You realize this is the first time he is meeting Femi. If we are being civil, seems like Nia is owed her share. Femi fixes you with a severe look. I mean, yeah, fuck it, we don't need that many chits. I mean, technically we do, but I feel like it's fine. You grab around a quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them out to Nia. She takes them sheepishly. Alright then, Femi smiles. We're good here. He turns to leave. Nia mouths a sorry and follows Femi across the docks. Seraphim watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, Sleeper. Yeah. He shakes his head. He turns away and heads back along the docking bridge. I just hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryos short when we need to get out of here. I didn't know we were going to fully refresh the shit. I guess it doesn't really matter. He's completed a drive, got another upgrade point. Let's go. Oh dear lord. I didn't think about that. And I'm starving. We have chits now, so just get some refresh. So that's how stress works, I guess. I didn't really think about it now that I'm really considering it. We need supplies if we're gonna go do the other thing. And then while you're here, scavenge fuel. And I have these rolls right now. Could hit that fuel line. What do? Is there another contract? No contract, so it's just fixing the feed lines. Okay, how much would it take to get to the feed or get to the thing? 3. It's a round trip. We come right back. Probably get some fuel first though. We take this cycle to chill, get some money, and then we can. Then we go from there. I think that's the best call for right now. Just get some chits and then make our way. I forgot we can do this. Build up some chits so we have something to work with. Ooh, the pain. I don't need that. Okay, and then you're set to fuel. Okay. End cycle. See if we get some fuel from the cycle reset. We got some fuel. Okay. I say get some energy back. We have 2 6s. Okay. Let's see what we can do with the skill points. So we need 4. We need 2 for these. No dice damage on push roll. That's not bad. Reroll +1 dice. That's better. Because I can't get these without 4. And I cannot ever touch this, evidently. So I can't ever fix my endure. But at some point I can fix my engineer so I am not negative. I think that might be the call. Save points for right now until I need them. Let's hit it. Let's get this. Yeah. I can't bring her. I can choose whether or not I want to bring Junie. I mean, good with... Is that the... That's what I'm good at, interfacing. So we don't need Junie. We don't need Junie because I'm here. Kinda wish I could have her. Cut out all of this waiting. Okay. Carson's offering you straight barter for the feed lines you need if you bring him back the data core from this derelict. Any raw scrap you pull out is yours. I don't trust Junie. I wish I could just speak to Karsten. I say we do it without Junie. I have her skill set, so I don't think we need Junie. Oh, it did reroll my dice. Damn. This thing is already dead. He shakes his head. It's a corpse sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touch this thing too hard and it'll crumble into dust. What were you expecting? I was expecting... Servant squints as he adjusts the rig's thrust. A scrap contract. Like you said, not a death trap. The decaying, twisted remains of the derelict are hard to parse at first, but as you look over the surface, you get a vague sense of the ship's plan. The data core you are looking for will likely be kept near the bridge, but locating it will take some thought. Another option is to ask Seraphin to take you around the wreck to assess it better. Fuck it. Damn, I'm not gonna get positive after that first one at the very beginning. You glance out at the console in front of your seat, a vague memory of once having turned it in moments You glance down at the console in front of your seat, a vague memory of once having turned to it in moments like this, encouraging you. You tap at the controls, but it is a slow process, and you find yourself going back and forth, going over the same commands. However, as you work, something begins to emerge on one of the cockpit's forward screens, and Seraphin looks over at it with interest. Looks over at it with interest. You bring down a series of scans of the hulking derelict, drilling down into them to find a map of data pathways, long dark, but whose presence is still detectable. There. Seraphin points at the screen. They seem to gather towards that end of the ship. He brings the rig under control. Let's head up there. Seraphin takes control of the ship, avoiding the debris field closer to the center of the wreck. He settles in position near a protrusion at the far end. This is as far as I'll go. Seraphin taps at the anchoring controls. We should be able to anchor the ship in those plates. You watch as two reticles align on the screen in front of Seraphin, and then flash as he fires a pair of python-tipped lines at the nearest solid hull plates. The pythons slam into the plates, and despite their solid appearance, they instantly shatter. The fragments spin out across the wreck, slicing into other plates and building a spiraling storm of debris. Shit. Seraphin nudges the ship back and steadies it at the debris. As the debris cascades across the surface of the wreck, the damage seems mostly superficial, but it underlines just how fragile the derelict is. As you both watch the debris cloud break up and drift away, a tense silence descends. Not your fault. Seraphin shakes his head. Fault's not going to matter if we both end up sliced into ribbons by a cloud like that. Seraphin unclips from his seat, and you follow suit. You both glide down towards the rear airlock in silence, Seraphin's frustration clear. As you reach the airlock, Seraphin begins suiting up. If we are lucky, that little collision hasn't started a cascade that will end with this place coming apart under our feet. Seraphin violently kicks his legs into a set of EVA trousers, irritated by his own carelessness. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence. Intense silence. Each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too, though you don't need a helmet to breathe. You slide one on and lock the seals for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up. It's salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside it. But there's a lot of wreck here. And there might be a good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out at the vast expanse of twisted hulk before you. Time to go to work. And I'm going to drink some water because I'm kind of dying. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. We have 2. Cargo entry, bridge entry. I'm assuming the cargo is where we can get some scrap. The bridge. A still decaying ruin. It's probably not a good thing to fuck this up. But neither of us have engineer. And then, what's over here? He can do the endurers. For these. And then I can't do the endurers, can I? I know, but I can find an access point that will still increase the clock. I will do his if I get a positive. Alright. Good shit. Scrap survey. And I can do... Let's just guarantee it. Not a great call for right now. Let's do this one, because I can... still not great. Let's do it. I don't love that I'm already hurt pretty bad. I don't remember it explaining how to heal this. Actually, no, this is... Oh, right. These are stress rolls, and these are stress damage. Right. So I could have rested on the ship to get rid of my stress. I didn't think about that. Or, let me read this. So it's like, it gets rid of stress. No time to rest. You cannot recover stress. So like, this is stress. This is damage. I think I have that right. I don't know. Let's just go for it. Not good. The contract stress has triggered a crisis. A crisis will add 1 contract stress per cycle unless resolved. Shit. Alright. We're ending the cycle. Okay. Great rolls. Impeccable rolls. Actually, unbelievable rolls. Hang on, so like over here, probably be the better call. So he has guaranteed. We... How lovely. Okay, yeah, now we... What? Once the protocol is shut down, it will continue to purge the system, resulting in the direct total collapse. Yeah, that's not good. I probably should have read that before I started rocking these, but I just kind of assumed it was going to be bad anyway. It also says risky, but it's not connected to the derelict stress. Let's go. Okay, then this one. That's my bad. Yeah, I'm gonna take responsibility on that one. And then this is only gonna add to it. We have the supplies. We have the supplies to wait. To wait it out, build up. Good rolls. Okay. You. You can just slowly work on that one. Meanwhile. See, it's not plus. It's just an endure. They're both endure. And taking a 50-50. 75-25. Take it slow. No point risking anything right now. That fucking sucks. That's what I was worried about. Oh, and then neither of us have engineering. That's not good. Okay, I'm going to need to fix that one the second it starts. Otherwise, this is a wash. Oh, this could not have gotten worse. It could have, but... Okay. This one, we're close. Not close enough. I would need to, like... That's so not worth. Then neither of us can fix that one. Take a 50-50. He takes some stress. Yeah, fuck. I took stress too? That's not even fair. I didn't even roll it yet. But it needs to get fixed. Because we're not completing this in time. Well, this just kind of sucked. Come on. It's still gonna blow up next turn. I completely misread how that worked. Ah, ha 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 ha, we're so dead. We are so dead. I should have really used his rolls over here instead of for the stupid scrap. Well, this went horribly. Let's take a shot. It doesn't matter. We're gonna rest, and this place is gonna blow up. As I get... Because can this even get a positive? No. He doesn't have any more dice. It's over. Ah, pain. There's no point doing that one. There's no point in wasting dice and getting a bunch of problems happening. Cannot leave a contract that is in progress. Once the contract is concluded, either through success or failure, you can return. I assumed. Okay. This needs to be a positive. And now this needs to be a success. Or we're done. Well, we're done anyway, but... Yep. That sucked. There's a horrifying lurch. You are sent spinning through the bay. You are crossing in a hail of debris. You watch as the side of the bay silently tears open in front of you, a gaping black maw toothed with flying debris. You stare into it, your breath heavy and your ears and eyes wide. Suddenly you feel a tug on your back. You're tethered. As you spin back from the sudden arrest of your glide, you see Seraphin holding onto the other end, reeling you towards him. We have to go, sleeper. His voice comes urgently over the comms channel. This place is done. You both make your way up through the splitting derelict in silence, charting a path through what were once passages, but are now twisted tubes, like the intestinal tract of some dead creature. Eventually you make it out onto the surface, and find the rig still tethered, but gashed with debris and scars. You and Seraphin exchange concerned glances. We are going to pay for this. He looks over the damage. Let's hope she still flies. You tether together and push off from the hull. Seraphin guiding you through the debris. Below you, the derelict is exploding in slow motion, tearing apart into a swarm of razor-edge shards. All this and no core. Seraphin fumes. Now the rig's torn up too. You don't have much to offer in an answer. He's right. It seems the job was a disaster. You just hope it isn't terminal. You arrive at the rig's airlock, bundle yourself inside, noticing the exterior damage. It looks mostly superficial, but it will no doubt take its toll on the ship. Once you are back in the cockpit, you look out at the derelict's shattered form. It seems you will be its last visitors. That went fucking horribly. Probably a lot of things I could have done better. Seraphin sighs as you arrive into Hexport. The sense of relief palpable, he completes the landing protocols and begins shutting the rig's engine off. Well, we made it. Seraphin whistles. Was touch and go for a minute, but... A buzz from the console takes you both by surprise. Seraphin stares at the blinking red key for a moment before he presses it. Someone is outside. He taps a few keys and a camera view of the external airlock, now surrounded by a docking bridge, comes into view. A figure is floating there, and you both lean in to try to identify them. The figure looks up. It's Junie. Seraphin looks back at you. Do you know this girl? Explain. Tell Seraphin about the encounter with Junie after meeting Karsten, and her insistence that Karsten had asked her to come along on the contract, an insistence you promptly ignored. Seraphim raised an eyebrow. So you think she works for Karsten and has come to collect, or is something else going on? I have no idea. Well, if she's Karsten, you should let her in. He squints at the screen. She doesn't look too dangerous to me. He hammers the airlock button and you see it slide open. We should head down and meet her. You both unclip from your seats and glide down to the airlock, where Junie is waiting impatiently inside. Seraphim pulls the release lever. You left me behind, sleeper. Junie drifts out of the airlock and a frustrated look on her face. What happened? Seraphim glances between the two of you, and you can see he is slightly amused to see you put on the spot. Sorry. Seraphim looks down and shakes her head. Junie sighs. Look. She pauses, as if trying to decide something. I don't work for Karsten. I'm sorry I told you I did. She looks down. That was a mistake. Why? She looks away. I thought it would convince you to take me with you. To take me to the Solheim data core. But now it doesn't matter anymore. You have brought it here. You and Seraphim exchange a glance. She doesn't know that you didn't manage to extract the core. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way this works out after all. What do you want with the core? Seraphim cuts in, his arms folded, posture defensive. Do you know how many of those cores are left intact? Junie asks, her eyes bright and intense. Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow, in their ruins, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Senestat and Conway, are descending on this system? This station and most of the other habitats of the belt are built on a Solheim foundation. She frowns, yet we are too busy scavenging them to take the time to look for answers. Men like Karsten want nothing but the raw materials of cores like the one we lost. She shakes her head. We can do better. We could learn our history. How this system was settled. Learn our history and how this system... I'm having issues right now. Okay. We could learn our history and how this system was settled. We could better learn the technology we build our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. She mates your eye. We could see beyond survival towards something else. Well, now I feel bad for leaving her behind, but also it's not like her roles would have helped. She might be neutral in everything except for that. I don't know. Keep your speeches, Seraphim cuts in. We need the core. You aren't going anywhere near it. Junie looks crestfallen. Karsten won't come for you, if that's what you're worried about. He's ignorant and stubborn, but he isn't vengeful. That is not what we are worried about. Seraphim gives her a pointed look. Yeah. You tell Junie about the feed lines Karsten has, about you and Seraphim fleeing Lane, and that you can't run any further without them. Seraphim gives you a strong look as you do. Clearly, he thinks telling anyone your story is an unnecessary risk. Karsten doesn't deserve this. This treasure, sleeper. She shakes her head. All he wants to do is wipe it clean so he can use it to interface with Hexport. All that data, gone. I want to extract the data. To make use of it. You see some genuine emotion flicker in her eyes. This is the best use of the core. Contract is the contract. Please. Junie sighs. Well, I don't have it. I know this is a lot to ask. She rubs her hands together nervously. After extracting the data, the core will be unusable. There's a security system that will fry the core if data duplication is attempted. I can delay it long enough to copy the data, but after that, she trails off. What do we get? Junie pauses to think, her eyes darting back and forth as if trying to calculate something in her mind. I do this so often. I sit, and like, if someone asks me something that I'm like kind of put on the spot, I kind of just like do this. Like, I think and mumble to myself, but I'm not. I'm mumbling nonsense that has nothing to do with what I'm thinking about. It's just trying to get my brain to do something. I will help you steal the feed lines. She stares at both of you with determination. We could do it together. Seraphin looks at you with raised eyebrows. It seems he is noticing the change in Junie too. Karsten is an idiot. I can hack his security and you can pull them out of there. She glances at Seraphin. You look tough. She shrugs. We can do it. Seriously? Junie looks between the two of you. Export hasn't exactly been kind to me, but Karsten has been the least kind of all. I was trying to deal with Karsten to get those derelict coordinates from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. She shakes her head. Maybe you think bringing him the hex core will work out for you, but I'm not so sure. She pauses. Even if he gives you the feed lines, he will have an angle. I'm sure of it. Seraphin is watching her closely. Even if I do take you at your word, which, given everything, seems a little tough, how do we even do this? He raises an eyebrow. You're telling me we could just drift in there and take the feed lines. Look, I get it. You don't trust me. She pauses. But what if I have a vested interest in this working out? There's nothing left for me here, and I don't much feel like hanging around waiting for Karsten to figure out my involvement in all of this. I need safe passage. You need the feed lines to grant it. She allows herself a smile. See where I'm going with this? Yes, and I don't like it. Seraphin sighs. We all get something. Exactly. Let me give some more detail. Junie smiles. I'll head to Factory Row and scope the place out. Meet me there and we can work out a plan. She glances between the two of you. Trust me, we can find a way. We'll keep it simple, clean. Simple is good. Agreed. Seraphin cuts in. His dark look betrays his concerns. So, Junie looks at you expectantly. You can keep the core here, in your hold, until we are done. I can do the data copy once we leave export with the feed lines installed. Call it your insurance policy. At least you would to yourself, if you actually had the core in the cargo hold. Part of you wants to tell her the core in the Part of you wants to tell her the core has been destroyed, but then she would offer to help you steal. But then would she offer to help you steal the feed lines? Unlikely. You look at Seraphin, but he seems to be waiting to follow your lead. It sucks, but I don't want to lie to the kid. And it's not going to be that hard to get those chits. Like, doing all that work to just piss him off, and then to probably never have to come back. Like, I don't know enough about this game to how often you'll come back to these hubs, or different hubs, or this one in particular. Like, I don't want to piss off Karsten. Assuming he even gets mad in the first place. We can get the chits. It's not a lie to the kid. Blinks a few times. What do you mean? Seraphin follows your lead. It's gone. Sorry to burst your bubble. Junie stammers a little. She looks between the two of you, then turns back to the airlock, slamming the cycle button with an open hand. You watch her go. I hope you didn't say that out of some misguided sense of honesty. Seraphin gives you a teasing smile, but she's not coming back. You look at Seraphin. Meanwhile, we still need to find a way to get those feed lines. I hope you have a plan. With that, he heads back out into the passage, heading for some other part of the ship. You stare at the chaotic lights of the export and wonder if anything in Starward Belt ever runs smoothly. Ooh, it's not going to. Not with one fucking cycle. Oh, this has gone horribly. As horribly as it probably could have. I'm not doing free loading. The only thing I can do reasonably is do that. Because I don't have more shits. To get the money, I need to do that, or we need to get really lucky. And we're not getting lucky anytime soon. So, money. Sell scrap. Hopefully they buy this shit for a lot. Well, it's not a lot, exactly. With a 1 and a 2, what can I get? It's just rolling this, I guess. I can lose energy. So, I don't quite remember how the cycle clocks work. If it hits the end, does it initiate the sequence of like cutscenes and stuff, or does it like I just realized I could have used those dice on this. I don't know how much more money it is in comparison, but I didn't think about that. Well, let's find out. Drive failed. Okay. Sleeper, we're out of time. He checks the door to the bunks, and you hear a faint banging in the corridor beyond. He turns back and meets your eye. They're here. What do you mean? Lane. Or at least his hunters. Part of me just wants to skip these. They're locked. They've locked the ship into the station, Seraphim grimaces. Yeah, we can't release the docking bridge. Our credentials are being refused. We're trapped. A sudden banging echoes through the ship. Seraphim looks away towards the source of the sound. I don't know if they know we're here, but they certainly want to get in. I reckon we have minutes before they get out. The cutting torch. What do? The felines are a bust. They aren't going to happen now. Our best chance is to burn out of here as fast as we can. And hope our drift takes us to a station when we run out of fuel. That's not happening. Hope our drift takes us to a station when we run out of fuel. He sighs. At least we might live a few more cycles before we starve. Problem is, we need to release the lock Hexport has on us. Otherwise, we aren't going anywhere. Seraphim looks down, and I need to pilot the ship. So what I'm saying is, I have to release the lock. Exactly. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He gives you a dark look. There are some big manual release levers inside the docking bridge itself, but to get to them, you're going to have to go out through the airlock. And once you do that, you'll need to get back in as the docking bridge releases. He grimaces. If you mess it up, you're likely to be sent spinning into the black. I can do it. You nod. There is nothing else to be said. Time is up, and this is what it has to come down to. I'll be at the controls waiting. Seraphim gives you a nervous look. The moment you're back in the airlock, I'll burn hard. He clasps you by both your shoulders and looks you in the eye. Then, without saying anything, he releases you and glides out of the room. You drift down to the airlock as quickly and as quietly as you can, slipping into a suit for protection. At least you think, as you secure the seals, you don't need to breathe. The banging subsides. You hope the hunters have left, even though you know this is only quiet before the storm. You take a moment, waiting inside the airlock as it cycles. The second the exterior door begins to open, you go. As you dash out of the airlock, the scene in front of you appears as if in slow motion. You see two figures a little way down the docking bridge, wearing dark spacesuits, a canister being carried between them. Meanwhile, floating between you and them is a heavy-duty cutting torch, knocked spinning by the opening airlock door. You see the release levers and yellow hazard stripe just beyond the hunters. Oh, this is just great. You know you are lucky, and you know you only have a moment to make your move. Yeah, apparently. Let's go. You shift your position, trying to aim for one lever before kicking off hard and stretching out, making yourself as small a target as possible. The two hunters try to grab you as you pass, but you spin away from them, struggling through their reaching arms. Cords are messing with me. As you do, you reach out to the lever, stretching your fingertips to wrap around its end. You clasp the head of the lever, and the momentum wrenches it out of its housing, the whole bridge rumbling and twisting as one side comes loose. Okay, don't know why I double-clicked. As you kick off to the other side and use all your force to pull the other lever open, you feel the fizz of projectiles slicing through the air around you. The hunters are firing. A scream blocks out all sound, and you feel an urgent pull tugging you away from the ship. The tunnel bends sickeningly and then comes apart. You are close enough to the ship, but you manage to kick back, away from the twisting storm of debris that the tunnel becomes. You see the dark suits of the hunters among it, retreating towards the station's side airlock. But as they do, a hail of projectiles slices across the void from their direction. You have no time to react. You're carried backward when one of your dice is broken due to losing its dice health. Oh, that one. Okay. You're carried backward by the hunters' stun rounds, their impact shutting off whole sections of your frame. You spin towards the open airlock, your vision flashes with warning signals, and you feel distant throbbing pain. The final faint things you feel before you lose consciousness, I don't know why there's a comma, are the impact of your body against the interior wall of the airlock, the hiss of the cycling system, and the heavy weight of the ship in full burn. We made it, I think. What the? Seraphine's quiet question wakes you from your haze as the rig cuts across the belt. You try to move and feel a wave flickering pain. A wave of flickering pain pass through your body. You flinch and steady your nerves. You find yourself strapped into a seat in the cockpit. Seraphine doesn't seem to have noticed you are awake. You open your mouth to speak, but no words come out. There is a crackle of noise that echoes through the ship's comms. Seraphine is glancing nervously at his console. Something has him spooked. Sleeper. The voice, as distorted as it is, cuts through you. Lane. I know you're there. A hissing pause. You are slipping away. A squawk of noise. But we can't have that. You don't understand why Seraphine isn't reacting to the sound of Lane's voice. Then you realize he can't hear it. The voice is in your head. I take this personally, Sleeper. A sharp intake of breath. After my investment, all my care expended upon you, this is how you repay me? I see a little something glinting out there. Could that be you? You don't move, you don't breathe, all you hear is Lane's voice. Something shifts in you, a sudden impetus, a will to move that is not your own. You unclip from your restraint, drifting forward towards Seraphine. Looks over his shoulder and sees you. You are up. You're up. He looks surprised. Take it slow, alright? There's a transmission coming out of Hexport, some kind of evac order. He turns back to his console. Let me check this. You keep moving forward. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphine. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphine through you. He turns again to see you reaching for him, grasping at his neck. Attention flickers in his eyes, fear, a hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once the rig screams, system seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once the rig shifts, carried on some shockwave of light, pain, then darkness. Voices echo warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what is being said. And any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain, so you let them fill the air, unidentifiable and soft. You're floating and you cannot yet feel your weight, your body, or its weight. The feeling is pleasant, soothing, and yet the moment you realize this, it begins to fade. Pain shoots through your system, a reminder of the terrible damage you have suffered. It is bright, white hot for a moment, and then it is gone. Something spasms in your fingers, and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot, and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You are awake. You open your eyes to light playing across a surface patterned with stained cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by the hum of air cycling, the distant clink of maintenance systems. You are alone, and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards against the straps that hold you loosely to the berth. Suddenly confronted with the last things you remember, an overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insipid and animating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating up into the small habitation room, cushioned and worn, your mind racing. Where is this? You glance around, taking in the small room with its knickknacks tucked behind webbing, its stained and worn storage units, its faded padding. This is someone's home. Cold light fills the room. You float over to the dark square of the window. You see stars and bright pinpricks of drive trails and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. I know you. I know this name. This is the... Bliss is the assistant engineer, right? Of the shop? Or... No. Bliss is the main engineer. I think. That left with what's-her-face. I think. I don't remember. The entering figure jumps as they see you are awake. You're up. They hesitate in the doorway. Who are you? They laugh nervously. Right, we didn't meet. They glance back out of the doorway as if looking for help. I'm Bliss. They shrug, not sure what to add. Your friend, Seraphin, is out. Sorry. He brought you here. Here? Right. They nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We are in my repair bay on the far spindle, if you know where that is. How did I get here? They look around at the room again. Come on, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out a hand. You're safe. Don't worry. I'm gonna reread that because that shit was loud outside. They look around at the room again. Come on, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out a hand. You're safe. Don't worry. You follow them out into the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with ease of someone who has either born in 0G or has spent most of their life in it. They glide you to an enclosed balcony where heavily scratched, thick acrylic windows look out into chaotic-looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. So what happened? Your ship. Bliss pauses. You were lucky. I heard your distress signal. You sensed they are holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. They laugh. They laugh to themselves. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there, and have been for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. I make a habit of doing that. Seraphine's voice makes you spin around. Oh, they have different character models. I was kind of waiting for them to kind of shift and change a bit. At least I think I remember them doing that before. Good to see you up. He can't suppress his smile. Glad to be back. He nods. Your eyes fall to Seraphine's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. It certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops after Seraphine glares in their direction. Here. Seraphine pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Working in your condition? Seraphine sighs. Please, I'm fine. Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry. I can't work for free. Keeping this place going is bad enough. I get it, but also, why are you getting chits from Seraphine? I have 162 on me. At least according to the game's current inventory. Seraphine nods. We're just thankful you towed us in. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks between the two of you. I'll let you two catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends on you, and Seraphine, both of you unsure what to say. What happened? What do you remember? He looks at you with concern. Lane. Seraphine grimaces at the mention of his name. Lane? He shakes his head. Seraphine looks out at the rig. He takes a breath, steeling himself for what he has to say. Hexport is... He clears his throat. It's gone. He flinches. What do you mean, gone? No way. What do you mean, gone? It's gone. Seraphine catches your eye. Dropped off the map. No signals, apart from one sent from fleeing ships. He frowns. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you have just been told. You know, that's really fucking unfortunate, considering I was trying to be so careful about whether or not we were going to go back there. Damn. You think of the constant activity of the bends, the rumble of Factory Row, Karsten, gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up. But I saw, Sleeper. Something exploded, white hot. He rubs his arms, suppressing a shiver. A moment later, the shockwave was on us. The rig was crippled. Engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. He managed to get her under control. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles a weak smile. It felt like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces, but he goes silent. The image a little too raw for him to continue. Can't believe it. You and all the belt. Surf and size. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. You both float in silence for a moment. But now, Seraphin laughs weakly, one step at a time. You in a rush? We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig, and it isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I've been told. Bliss won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying. Even if we could get the rig started up. He rubs his necklace between his fingers. Bad karma. Beyond that, we need work, fuel, supplies, and we need to make sure you are okay. He counts off the issues on his fingers. After that, I haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, they'd have come through Hexport. Or what's left of it. The far spindle is way out of Lane's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt the Wash, and the stations here run differently to Darkside. So for now, we have some freedom. Seraphin sighs. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. He pats you on the shoulder. I want to explore this place. The far spindle? There's plenty to see. This is a free station. No one faction holds control, so it's quite the circus. Just watch your step out there. Seraphin pauses and stares down. Look, sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of a salvage yard for passing out on the job. He looks away. Even with the pain meds I've been able to scare up. I can fly, that's for sure. He stares obstinately at the rig. But you are going to need some crew if you want to do any serious work. He chews his lip. I'm sorry. Don't be. Seraphin nods. Thanks, sleeper. He turns away. I'm going to go take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped. You look out at the rig as he leaves. The warmth and softness of your waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom? A chance to work for yourself, not Lane? Well, here it is, with all the problems and complications you could imagine. And at what cost? Could Lane have wiped out Hexport just to try to end you? You shiver at the thought. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind. Why not? Could it have been Conway? A drone? Or mind-drifting Starward? Senestat, maybe? With some plan to weaken the belt? Or a belt faction attempting to flip the board by intent or mistake? The belt has considered itself safe from the war brewing in the inner system. But now, Hexport's loss will be felt all across the Starward belt. But what does that mean to you? Your needs are much more immediate, apparent. Those must come first. You run your hands along your body, feeling the marks and holes left by the hunter's weapons. And you know in the moment you have been irreparably damaged by the encounter. You realize these scars are reminders. You will not be caught like that again. You swear it. You take a breath. Time to make a plan. You've gained some glitch. Glitch is a penalty you gain from repairing dice. The Lane's attempts to hack your system. And from Lane's attempts to attack your system, okay? Hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of your dice. This. You can have a maximum of 6. Each glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitch dice. At the start of the cycle, each time you roll a glitch dice, you clear 1 level of glitch. A glitch dice has an 80% chance of a negative outcome when used, and a 20% chance of a positive outcome. Oh. That sounds fucking awful. Far spindle bar, explore your section. Nice. Right, I should set the rig cryo. He kind of can't, but I mean I can just spam the shit out of this, yeah. I mean, seems kind of like a waste, but at this point, Barspindle is an exhausting place to find freelancers. There is no shortage of spacers here. The corridors and bays throng with crew inbound and outbound, or on or between contracts, trading stories, contacts, and materials. But whatever language, appearance, or code identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it is because you are a new face, you are noticeably unsure, or perhaps it's because you are a sleeper. You push the thought of the back of your mind and push the thought to the back of your mind and instead focus on what's in front of you. The vast cylindrical tank at the center of Gaia's gyre. The first time you entered the bar, you floated open mouthed, much like all the new arrivals do, at the sight of the huge kelp stack. The biggest you have ever seen. Even now, your eyes fixed on the fronds of seaweed that wave in the circulating water. Beyond the curve of dirty glass, you find it impressive. You take a sip of the harsh, saline-scented rack from its magnetic vessel, secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes following the shifting fronds, you hear someone clear their throat beside you at the bar. Eugene. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low, rumbling. Comes from the large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up into his wide, rough face. I've heard talk you're hiring. The figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of Gaia, that isn't surprising. From who? Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth. He shrugs and looks around the bar. Sleepers tend to draw attention. You follow his eyes around the bar and notice a couple of the patrons are eyeing you. Eugene, currently freelance. Turns on his stool, leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to impress on you his size. You have to admit it works. Served on a whole slate of crews out of the spindle. Cutters, mercs, extractors. He smiles and places a broad hand on his chest. Broad skill set. Good work ethic, sense of humor, the full package. Any references? Raises an eyebrow. You're running a crew or corp? He laughs. Ask anyone. They know Eugen is an honest worker. He taps twice above his heart with 2 fingers. A sign you don't know. I'll run anything out of the far spindle. I'm tough and quiet. You don't need to worry about me. He folds his arms across his chest. What kind of work are we talking about? Before you can answer, a voice echoes out from behind you. Eugen! You look over your shoulder and for the source of the shout. Busy as ever, I see. A group of 3 spacers drift up behind you, one of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She's fitted with matte metal optical implants. But you cannot see her eyes. And you cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch? She sighs. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna. Eugen nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? He shakes his head. This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Vesna squeezes your shoulder. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna. You're talking about your delivery, in fact. Eugen smiles widely. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots you a knowing glance. That's right. Vesna turns to you with a raised eyebrow. But before she can speak, Eugen cuts in. The sleeper has a unique ability to extract data. Eugen smiles. You probably didn't realize I even had that open. Just saw it in the corner of my... Anyway. This sleeper has a unique ability to extract data. Eugen smiles at Vesna. Exactly the kind of data you have been asking for. Not with that dice. So if you can just get back to it, Eugen gestures toward you, then I can deliver what you need. You know, Eugen, I'm pretty tired of this whole act. She gestures dismissively at him. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She drops her hand from your shoulder to her belt. Your eyes follow it down, and you see a dark, boxy shape there. A weapon? You either deliver by the deadline or you don't. And when you don't, I'll be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, she shoots you a final glance. Chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the 2 spacers flanking her glide out of the bar. See, that's when you need a comma. And Eugen watches them go with little emotion. So, Eugen smiles returned. You're about to hire me? I was. Well then, put that little interruption out of your mind. Vesna just wants to scare you off. She likes to cause me trouble. Eugen looks away, out of the door of the bar. Let's not let her. He pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only his glittering eyes hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye. A sudden shift in his manner obvious. A sudden shift in his manner, comma, obvious. Or, I don't know. If you need crew, you need to work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Is that right? He doesn't stop for your answer. Well, I can offer both. Hard work and a good contract with a good payout. You take me with you on this job of mine, and we split the take. He looks down, thinking, hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. He smiles. Think of that. No more recruiting. Think of that. No more recruiting. What's the job? Salvage. I know of a wreck untouched by the local crews, which recently turned up in the wash. It's just a little sunward from here. But it's disabled. But its disabled transponder makes it invisible to anyone who doesn't know it's there. I had to squeeze the location out of a contact, but I'll share it with you for a straight split. Take me and your crew, we'll claim it all. It's going to be a good payout, he winks. A really good one. What's the catch? No catch. He leans back and looks around the bar, happy to make the offer elsewhere. I just felt like you were the right captain for this one. I'll be ready to go whenever you like. Eugen pauses. As a show of good faith, I'll also fly out with you on any job from the far spindle, but I'm not leaving the station with you yet. Not till we get my job done first. After that, we can talk flying together. No need to rush into it. He shakes your hand firmly. His palm rough and pitted, then turns back to his drink. You slip out of the bar looking to see if Vesna is nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crews, but you can't help but imagine eyes on you in the bar. You shake it off, having become familiar with the feeling of being observed. What matters is you have found yourself a crew member and a contract. Whether either will come good, however, remains to be seen. Great. This stuff is a lot bigger than I thought. So because it's glitch, it doesn't matter. Alright. The far spindle lives up to its name. Its tall stature making it a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are the transit tunnels. Massive tubes bolted onto the outside of the spindle that allow for rapid passage from bottom to top. As you find yourself in one of these cavernous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. Back up! Back up! The shout rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot and is rapidly followed by a crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage. As you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. Can't read that. I think it's an I? No, because it's a T. I'm sure the name will pop up soon. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of expletives coming from nearby. A spiky-looking figure clutching some oddly shaped open frame object. It is quite a weird thing. Gestures wildly at the vehicle as it glides away. Dickhead! She spits an impressive glob of saliva down the tunnel, and it spirals in zero-G. She turns to you in her anger. You see that? Tried to slam me into the wall. I didn't. She frowns. Well, whatever. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in the transit system without a vehicle. She squints. Not like I care, but maybe you do. What about you? She shakes the open frame in her hand. What does this look like to you? She rolls one of her shoulders, stretching it out. You're new here, right? Yeah. She shrugs sympathetically. Figures. Let me give you a tip. She begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the haulers. Dickheads, the lot of them. Especially the water haulers. Think they're better than anyone. Don't mess with the Steve doors. Don't mess with the Steve doors, though. They're good people. Get treated like shit by everyone else, just like us. She rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They'll show you the shortcuts. She looks up, and never, ever get in a Spindlejack's way. She smiles, spinning the vehicle in her hand. Thanks. She nods. Alright then. She pauses, considering something. Then suddenly, she reaches into one of her many pockets. That is a lot of pockets. Not... kinda. Reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small, transparent rectangle punched with holes. Text glints within it. Reading, Cadet, Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet. She flexes proudly. That's me. Stripline is my outfit. Kamal's the dispatcher, small outfit. But we punch above our weight. Dispatch is here in the spindle's core, but I run the transit tunnels up and down the spindle 10 times a cycle. You need anything moving on the spindle? Data, tech, messages, too hot for the hard line? Messages too hot for the hard line? Come find me. I'll do that. She nods. Tell them I sent you. They'll make sure it gets to me. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, triggering a small burst of compressed air to keep herself steady in the transit passage. You hear a buzz, distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. Cadet. Or Cadet. Cadet angles her head to her communicator and mutters back into it. Gotta hop, sleeper. She looks over at you, and something flickers in her eyes. An idea? Or perhaps just a realization. You might be able to help me with something. Package that's been bothering me. She squints down the passage. Come to the office at Stripline in a few cycles, and I'll show you. Sure. We'll call it a favor on account of me saving you from being flattened by a hauler. She winks. Now you better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back as she twists the handlebars and a burst of air sends her flying down the transit corridor at an unsettling speed. You watch her go, slightly caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need you for? You turn the idea over in your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor, back to the safety of the main concourse. Very interesting. That is rest time, I believe. Another glitch. Okay. What is this? Okay. And then we can't do Eugen's stuff yet. So, guess we do some exploring. At the top or the bottom? Bottom is intuition. Top is hacking. Let's just do the bottom. Burn all of that. Burn what I've got in case I get a better roll later. That sucks. Oh, come on. Sleeper. Cadet drifts from the shadows outside Bliss's Bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. Her face is pale and deathly serious. You okay? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. She waits until they pass. Someone hits stripline. No idea where Kamal is, but no idea where Kamal is. Bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. She screws up her face in pain. Even tried to grab me, but those muscleheads are slow. Who would attack a courier? No idea. She shakes her head. There were typical rent-a-thugs. Could have been anyone with chits to burn. Remember that package I asked your help with? The one that was bothering me? Remember you mentioning it? I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust. An express run all the way to the underhang. But when I got there, no one home. She's whispering now, leaning closer. Place was smashed up. Like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run. But I brought it back with like a good girl. Stashed it in a safe spot at Stripline. Thought the sender might come to recover it. And when they didn't, well, I got curious. Popped it open. She shakes her head. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with tech. So I thought you might be able to take a look at it. She shrugs. No, Stripline's trash, too. Here's the thing. She glances around. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker, Hexport. Could it be connected to Hexport getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. She pauses. And with the kind of attention I've been getting the past couple cycles, she slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple times, then holds it up to you. Cadet stares at you from the screen. She's out at you from the screen, straight-faced and pale. Beside her picture, you see in block capitals, Spindlejack KD 754 in breach of FAR spindle codes B12 and F34. Reward for information leading to capture, considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted it out on the transit channels, Every spindlejack hauler and freight carrier is gonna be watching out for me. She pulls back the hand terminal angrily, stuffing it away in her bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily. And now all the couriers I do know are looking to turn me in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, Sleeper. She meets your eye. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to help. There's nothing to walk away with. Not walk away to. She softens a little. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. If they want it that much, then I can use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe. So my guess is they haven't got it yet. You just slip in, I'll give you the location, and pull the thing out. She folds her arms. Should be simple. Fuck it. Let's do it. She nods seriously. Thank you. Look, this thing turns out to be worth something. You'll get your due. You'll get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the air bike rack. She leans in. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang, past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will rat me out there. She glances around. I'll come find you when it's done. I still got some network access. I'll know when you go in. She winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna hop. She pauses. Do me this favor, then we are clear. Stay safe. Doing my best, Sleeper. She gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later, you hear the percussive pulse of an air bike accelerating away. You know, at least, what it's like to be on the run. To flee your life. And in that, you feel an empathy, a connection with Cadet. But from every other angle, this looks like bad news. The kind of sensible person would steer well clear from. And perhaps you would steer well clear if it wasn't for one detail that is stuck in your mind. The drive is from Hexport. Is all that enough to send you down to Stripline in search of that drive? Only time will tell. Oh, whole new thing. Dear Lord. Okay. You awake to the sound of blaring proximity alarms. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane? Bounty hunters? You kick off and glide to the door. As you do, Bliss pops their head around the corner. Around the corner. Sorry. They look a little sheepish. In all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backward. It takes you a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the doorframe. Sorry, I'm just a little jumpy. I get it. Bliss looks down. Didn't mean to wake you. Takes you a while to get ready and drift down to the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned off the alarms. You find them unspooling wires from a hatch you'd never previously noticed in the mess's ceiling. Sorry again, Sleeper. Their voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle at a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are you doing? Me? Bliss's muffled voice echoes around the room. I'm working. Pause. Helps keep my mind off things. How's the ship? Bliss spins deftly, hooking their legs into the open ceiling so that, from their perspective, they are hanging upside down. Almost done, if you can believe it. Their messy hair floats around their head. A couple of cycles worth of diagnostics, and I'll be happy enough to release her back to you. A yawning Seraphim drifts in. He looks between the two of you, amused. What are you both doing up so early? You and Bliss exchange amused looks. What? Seraphim asks. You didn't hear the alarm? He shrugs. Heavy sleeper. He drifts over to the mess's cupboards to hunt for some breakfast. You turn back to Bliss, but they have disappeared back into the ceiling panels. Before long, the mess is filled with the shrill screech of a power tool. Seraphim looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto a stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from your stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you can leave. I have something for you. I have something I want to show you. Holy Okay. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into a corner of the ship you don't remember visiting before. You come into a room with low sloped ceilings, a single round window illuminating some neat tool storage, and a workbench set into the wall. Look, Bliss begins. I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner and good at repairs. They smile. And I think you have a need of me. You have need of me. They glance at you at a tear in the thick vinyl skin of your arm. Can I take a look? Okay. They smile and lead you towards the workbench. They turn your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over to the workbench and take a small sealant gun from your rack. You look at the setup. It's basic, but it looks clean and well organized. They gently close the tear with sealant, pressing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they are done, they release your arm and you can barely see the scar. Bliss admires their work. See? They smile. I know it's more serious than a tear. Bliss folds their arms, but I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here. They produce a couple of carefully machined, pristine components. Was saving these for an important job. They wink. I guess I just found it. Bliss pushes the components into your hands. Take them. When you're ready, come up here and we'll fix you up. These are a rare find, though. In future, we might have to make do with something lower quality. They wince. You can find scrap components at most scrapper ships, like that one that's hanging around the underhang. The better the components, the easier they'll integrate with your system. Bliss leans on the workbench. I'll do my best to keep you running. Thanks. Don't worry about it. They shrug. You are a guest in my bay. I can't have my guests' bodies collapsing, now can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. Bliss smiles. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. You can repair your dice at the rig workshop. You can only repair dice which are fully broken. Repairs require either scrap components or rare components. The better components you use, the less glitches you will suffer. You cannot repair dice during a contract. Okay. Did not mean to do that. Okay. She wants me to do that there. This is not done. Let's just do this. Great. 2, 4, 6. Okay. Oh, I can hold way more fuel now. There's not really a point to it. Oh wait, was that a tutorial? Was I supposed to put this, these rare components in? I think I was. Boom. Oh, because I'm starving, right. Okay. Yeah, that's just waiting. Yeah, I mean, you have to wait for the rig to be fixed up to do the Eugene recruiting. And I don't feel like exploring, so let's just burn these. You jerk, suddenly awake. A fragment is lodged in your mind. A shard of sound, a signal, a tone. It resonates like tinnitus. Obviously internal, inescapable. You look down to see your hands blurred, your fingers dancing as if they were typing. Settle them. Your fingers flap like caught birds. Take control. It takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them. A sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. You flex your hands a little to feel them, test them. What was that? You take a deep breath to calm yourself, but as you do, you're reminded that you don't need to breathe. It is a claustrophobic sensation that you cannot shake. You get up, push off the wall, pull on your clothes, anything to escape the dreams that hover there at the back of your mind. Seraphim drifts in casually, heading to his bunk to grab something. You can't shake the strange sensation that he has just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay?" He gives you a concerned look. "You look terrible." "Not really." You mumble a response. "You need to talk to me, sleeper." Seraphim gives you a look. He sighs. "I know something happened back when we were leaving Hexport." "I don't know. I saw it, sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes." He pauses, looking for the right way to explain. "They were cold. Fixed. I've never seen that before." He looks away. "Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human. I knew because of your eyes. I never met a sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then, on the rig, He shivers. I couldn't see that anymore. I don't know what happened. What did it feel like? He gives you a curious look. Fuck it. Let's go! You close your eyes and recall the moment. You remember Lane's voice. The rig, hot and close. The rig, hot and close. The numbness. And then you see it, glittering in the non-space of your mind. Thin and bright. The spider silk. Thread. A connection between your mind and something else. You open your eyes to Seraphine's expectant face. You try to think how to describe what you just felt, but words fail you. Still, you know you felt it. The invisible hand of a signal linked to your mind, and the thought makes you shiver. We need to get you checked up. We need to know what's happening. Seraphine gives you a stubborn stare. This isn't just about you. But where? I've been asking around. Seraphine's face is set with determination now. There's another station near this one. Flotsam. It's a mess. An accumulation of wrecks and docked ships. But it also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there as soon as the rig is ready. Okay, I'll go. Thank you. Look, he pauses. I know I don't know what it is like to be a sleeper. I understand that there are things you can't tell me, can't show me. But I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it. He sighs. But it needs to be done. He passes by you as he leaves the bunks, squeezing your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. You finish getting dressed, feeling your body's strangeness, even though you wish you didn't. At the very least, you think you need to find someone who can stop you falling apart. Maybe Flotsam is not such a bad idea. You push the thought to the back of your mind. There's a cycle ahead, and the rig isn't ready. When it is, then you'll see. You slide the loose panel away from the wall, letting it float there, beside the airbag rack. Behind it in the dark, you see the blinking lights of the fuse box. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment. The scrape of a sliding door, maybe? Or just some old system cycling in the walls. It took long enough to gain access to the Stripline Express. It took long enough to gain access to the Stripline Express bike garage, and longer still to find a safe route to the air bike racks. But you're almost there. You have seen and heard the hired muscle searching and guarding this place, but have been lucky enough not to come face to face with them yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel. If what Cadet said is right, the drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. That sucks. You reach through and around slowly, carefully, and your hand settles on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You put it where I am. Okay. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull at it, but it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door. You freeze for a second. It seems Cadet was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. Tear it off, peel the tape. Peel. We're good. You close your eyes and feel for the seams of the tape. Taking your time, you pick at it, working piece by piece from the drive. Working each piece away from the drive. You hear a clattering sound nearby as you peel off the final piece, and the drive spins into your hand. Time to move. You slip the drive inside your coat and kick away from the wall, gliding back towards the maintenance corridor you entered from. As you cross the bike garage, you hear voices in the dispatch office next door. Just as you tuck yourself into the cool darkness of the maintenance corridor, a screech indicates the opening of a door from the office next door. Voices rumble through the room. You quickly and quietly push yourself deeper into the guts of the building. Too close. Barely daring to breathe, you carefully make your way through the maze of passages that brought you here. Their dog legs and dead ends, now familiar. Eventually you spot a thin slit of light ahead, marking the loose panel you levered open to gain entrance. You take a deep breath, almost there. Fucking... Okay. As you reach the gap, you freeze. Voices rumble from beyond, peering through. You see two figures in dark clothes, searching the chaotic bay behind the strip line. Your eyes are drawn to the dark, boxy weapon one holds at their side. Shit. You hiss silently to yourself. Your eyes searching for a path through. Rush them or wait for an opening? Wait for a fucking opening. I already have enough damage as is. I'm not doing that shit. You wait silently and still. You wait. Silent and still as the figures search. They split and drift across the bay. You take the chance, sliding open the panel and slipping behind the scrap and boxes at the edge of the room. You work your way around until you can't get any further. You kick off hard, making a dash for the far side of the bay and the public passage beyond. There's a hiss and the guttural chatter of a pressure valve as an air bike pulls up beside you in the passage. Cadet leans over and grabs the collar of your coat. Hop on. In a moment, you're on the back of the air bike, clutching the strap of Cadet's bag as she guns it down the passage. The air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, the drive pressing into your ribs beneath your jacket. You did it. Still alive back there? Cadet's voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the air bike. She slows the bike with a rapid series of hisses, and you realize she has brought you back to the passage outside Bliss's Bay. You try to understand the route she took, a long loop through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push off the bike gently and float in the passage beside her. You okay? Look pretty rough back there. She smiles. Appreciate you putting it all on the line for me. It's all good. She nods. You got the drive then? You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. That's the one. She squints at it. Should have chucked it when I had the chance. You get your first good look at it. and there's not much to see. A small lump of solid-state memory with a bunch of markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex among them. Hexport. What now? She winks, slides her bag around her shoulder to the front, and slots the drive neatly into a pocket. I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. She'd be my first port of call to crack this thing open. She stretches her shoulders, and I should make myself scarce from the spindle anyway, before those dickheads catch up with me. I'll meet you there. Sure. You want to follow through. I get that. She pats the pocket with the drive. Gotta be something tasty on this thing. I'd want to know what too. Cadet leans away from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window at your ship behind. That yours? She doesn't wait for an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that old thing is going to struggle to reach the scatter yards. Unless you've added a HasNav site or suite. HasNav? Yeah, built between here and scatter yards is drowning in debris, worse since export. You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. Lodix Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge. Cadet nods at your ship. Maybe if you head up to Wellspring, you can barter or steal a suite. She adds casually. Here, Cadet unties a bag lashed to her. Here, Cadet unties a bag lashed to her bike frame and holds it out to you. Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll get some use for them. You take the bag, and something clinks inside it as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. Was gonna use them to boost her. She taps the frame of the air bike, but you deserve them. She meets your eye, then looks away. Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while anyway. Thanks. It's nothing. Like I said, you deserve them. She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Cadet's airbike stutters and purrs, trembling in the air like an arrow ready to be loosened. See you around. She winks and guns the throttle, zipping off down the passage with a pulse of air that ripples through your clothes. You stare after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. You realize as you look down the passage that you never asked how Cadet plans to get to the scatter yards. That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her next. Although, you have a feeling she will find a way to slip away before you can ask them next time too. You head back towards your ship to stow the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an air bike to Seraphin as you do so. Okay, we got a lot of upgrade points. I just get, because we don't have an engineer, we don't, like, maybe we get Bliss, but like, it'd also just be good to have my roles available for crew contracts. Yeah, just get the neutral at least. Okay. Spindle. Because we have to wait for this to be done. I think I'm gonna finish this day and then call it. Probably for the best. Alright. It's 2040 or 2080 anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Ooh, that sucked. Oh, come on. As you glide through the pinnacle docks, you hear shouting echoing down a corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eyes fixed ahead. As the passage widens out into a large bay, others rush past you, heading towards the commotion. Your eyes are drawn to the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being spattered with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will listen. Spacers, workers for the far spindle, we need your urgent assistance. The water carrier Spring Tide has suffered heavy damage in its transit from Wellspring. He takes a breath. All able hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, Far Spindle will struggle to support you. He looks desperately at the crowd. Please, any who are able to help, please make yourself known. My voice is going to start sounding like that in a second here. Behind him, a corona of ice ejects from one of the tanks. Cool. Okay. Drawing a pale halo around the ship. A handful of experienced-looking spacers push through the crowd towards the front, and dock workers start to direct them to nearby bridges. You watch the scene unfold, hesitant in the face of making someone else's problem your own. What did I just do? Secure the Spring Tide. Minor. The water hauler has arrived at the Far Spindle. Needs help to secure its payload. Well, I don't see it here. I'm assuming it's because I haven't explored it yet. But I'm realizing I need food. So, cupcakes. Okay. Okay. Well, I can do that one. Not right now, but at some point. And I can... Gambler's Friend. Okay. Got a lot of options here. Is this credits? It is credits. Get some credits here for some dice. Scrapper ship. Can buy some scrap in case anything goes wrong here, because it probably will. And then I have engine components. I don't know how important they are. Well, I'll call this good for right now, you know. Next recording or video or however I end up working this, I think I'll do, I guess this is, or this one, because we'll have it done, ready to go. So I'll just hold this right here. Alright. Next recording, I guess, because I'm tired, want to do something else. Wow, quick cut. I'm probably going to take out the cut, actually. Just make it simple, clean, make it make sense. We're back. Second recording. So last I left off, we're going to do this, because the ship's about to be fixed, right? Yeah. In the cycle. See what this looks like. Alright. As you drift lazily down to the ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You steel yourself for a moment at the entrance, then slip inside. Seraphin sits, hooked onto his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He is shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely and gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. I don't see why not. Bliss chops at the air. It sounds like you have an alternative. Seraphin, we can't get the cryo. It'll take time, but we can get it. We can get the cryo. It'll take time, but we can get it. That was the deal. Seraphin speaks calmly, trying to placate Bliss. Sleeper. Bliss spots you entering and they turn to Seraphin. Let's see what Sleeper thinks about it. About what? They both fall silent for a moment. Seraphin sighs. The rig's ready, Sleeper. Bliss gestures around the mess. I fixed it. Hell, I've improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now, wouldn't you say having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? I mean, I got 62 chits right here. I mean, how much are we talking? A calculated look crosses their face. A refit and retune. Hold on. So, sorry, I got a phone call. Yeah. Yeah, I got a phone call from a friend and, needed some advice. Loki kind of killed it. But yeah, it was, sorry about that. Had a whole moment. But, actually I gotta fix something else. I'm realizing my... there we go. Or is it still not working? I can't really tell. No, sorry, I'm realizing my Discord isn't working, or it's not telling me it's working. This is very weird. Probably just a visual bug. Anyway. Okay. Just, probably gonna cut all of that out. Alright. Yeah, sorry, I just got back from a phone call. One of my friends needed to talk. So, but I'm back. Let's start from the top of this. Now, wouldn't you say, having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? A calculated look crosses their face. A refit and a retune like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of cryo, even if I was being charitable. Seraphin sighs loudly. He knows where this is going. See, I could make you pay, and maybe you could even scrape the cryo up, but not without taking a contract and taking the ship off station, leaving me in the lurch. We wouldn't do that, Seraphin starts, but Bliss holds up a hand to hush him. So I have a proposition, one that clears the deck completely. They pause. I will turn around the open sign on this little bay of mine and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split, and give me transit to wherever you are headed. I'll even keep this rig of yours working for free. They shrug. What could be better than that? I mean, I'm down with that. Us paying and being on our way with no hangers on. Seraphim folds his arms and looks at you. Tell them, sleeper. I'm kind of down for that. Like, having Bliss would be great. I'm assuming I'm assuming they are pretty good with engineering, and that's kind of what we need. It's kind of the only thing we suck at between the two of us. Yeah. Bliss grins at Seraphim. See? Sleeper gets it. You can use my help. I'm an excellent engineer, a tidy shipmate, and a half-decent chef. I mean, I don't think I can taste anything, but I'm done with Farspindle. I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo. On a station where I know nobody. They pause, satisfied. You're welcome. Seraphim holds up his hands. Look, we appreciate it, but we are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you're better off here. He gives them a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses. Then they start laughing. On the run? They shake their heads, smiling. You expect me to be scared off by that goofy shit? It's true. Bliss just shrugs. This system is at war. The belt is spiraling into a crisis. Everyone's got something. I knew you were at Hexport. I know you were at Hexport. Seraphim looks at them, open-mouthed, searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say it won't happen here? I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. They take a deep breath. Something has to give. Bliss turns to Seraphim. Look, you've done your due diligence or whatever. You are on the run. I've been warned. I accept the risks. That's it. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped into my bay. So unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. Seraphim shakes his head, a small smile crossing his face. They've got us there. He looks at you, then at Bliss. Looks like we've gained a crewmate. He unhooks from his stool, but I'm moving to the engine room. And he drifts off towards the bunks to gather his things. You and Bliss exchange nervous looks. Sleeper? Welcome aboard. Bliss smiles, gives you a half-hearted mock salute. You leave Bliss in the galley and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again, but the question is, where to take her? Where to take her next? Seraphim mentioned Flotsam, a short Starward journey from here, as a busy station where you might get an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Hellion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solheim days. Maybe good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. And beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. Let's go! We have the full map now! Alright, we can do that now. Belt. Whoa! So, dark side, not good. Hellion Gate. Oh, so to get through... Oh, this was the... I'm sorry, I forgot the place already. The Hexport? Yeah, Hexport. This was Hexport. At least I assume. Wellspring. You need the Hasnav. Where'd she say to get the Hasnav? Was it this? Meet Cadet in the scatter yards. Hang on. Is it going to explain how to get there? No, we need... Because we need to go through here. Oh yeah, we need to go to Flotsam and then go down to the scatter yards. Because the scatter yards have Flotsam has the Hasnav, or whatever the hell it's called. But in the meantime, let's do this. I've got the supplies, we have the fuel, we have the crew. Bliss. Good, 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 good. We all cover each other. Let's do this. Complete this, come back. Chill, easy mode. This is not what you promised. Seraphin turns to Eugen with a raised eyebrow. Looking out across the field of debris scattered around the small asteroid whose gravity has kept them here, you have to agree. Where do you even start looking? Eugen shrugs, unfazed. I said the wreck was hidden. Transponder off. No flight records. I didn't say it was intact. If it was an easy job, I wouldn't have come with your crew. Could have just grabbed it myself. He winks. We all earn our share. That's definitely more than one wreck. Bliss is leaning towards the window, staring out at the glinting debris. I see at least 3, maybe 4 different engine housings out there. Seraphin sighs. You really think there's something of value to be pulled from all that? I know there is. My tip-off is good. We just need to find the right part. He looks out at the wide field of debris of the right ship. Let's get to it then. Hold up. Seraphin raises a hand. Eugen, can you at least tell us what needle we are looking for in this haystack? What I know is that a wreck with an item of great value is out here. That's it. He unstraps from his seat. Are you all afraid of some hard work? Is that it? Seraphin starts laughing. So you're telling me we don't know what we're looking for? Where it is or what it's worth? Trust me or don't. Eugen shrugs. This will be worth your while. This is a hot tip. Sleeper, please. Seraphin turns to you, exasperated. Suddenly a percussive beep interrupts the conversation. All of you turn your attention to Seraphin's terminal. What the? He taps a few keys. We've got an incoming ship. Their transponder just popped up. See? What did I say? A hot tip. Better claim it before they do. He jabs a finger at the readout. Okay, clock's ticking. I see a few obvious sights. Large bits of debris, clear hull sections. We should focus on those. Bliss unclips from their seat and glides out of the cockpit. See you lucky kids in the airlock. Ready, Cap? Eugen slaps you on the shoulder and kicks off through the cockpit door. Turn to Seraphin. I do not like that guy. Seraphin shakes his head. Me neither, I'll be honest. Then what are we doing out here, Sleeper? Look. Seraphin glances back over his shoulder. Just be careful. You nod and glide through the cockpit door, already trying to map the scattered debris in your mind. Alright, what do we got? That's the rig. That's the transponder signal. We have 4 cycles? 2 cycles? Fuck! Okay, we have 2 cycles. If we time this all right, we have 4. Or we have 5 we can sit out here for. I can analyze the debris. Well, we got some solid rolls on Bliss. Let's try to use them. Probably search the wreckage here. Because Bliss is negative on all of these other ones, right? Except for Engineer. Engineer, you're neutral. So probably use them on these. On the danger ones. Since they're Alright, because this one... I can do that one. So... let's do these. Let's try completing them. Alright, that one's done. I can do these. Data trawl. Banks of terminals in the shuttle interior. Perhaps there's something useful hidden in the decaying drives. And then this one. You're good for that. And then... I can interface. Let's do this one with what I've got for right now. Best case scenario, I just use these. Let's go. Okay. What do we got? Ooh. Unstable cipher decaying passcode will be erased at the end of the contract. Cool. Can I use that for anything? I can't repair on, yeah. Okay. Back to this one, I guess. This was the one? Yeah, the clear the wreckage. See if interface. It's really slow. Why do I have so much stress? I didn't realize that until just now. Okay. Call that here. Okay. Was it this one? I mean, I can do this one. That's the one we were working on, but... And then Bliss and I can do this. And what can he do? Does he have a plus on this? He doesn't. What about this one? Let's just try to complete this one for right now, because I have a plus on them. Just complete this. We're doing pretty good on this side. Let's just put it all on this. You suck. Screw you, Vesna. Eugen mutters to himself as he levers the cargo bay doors open. He turns back to you with a grin. We got in first. Faster than her shitty crew. He gives the door one last shove. That'll show her. We were racing? So Vesna's ship is the one approaching? Thought you would have figured that out by now. Eugen shrugs. I swiped the tip off that about this place from under her nose. He seems proud of his deception, but who cares now? Prize is ours. The doors are open enough for a person to glide through now. Beyond there is only the darkness of the cargo bay. You follow Eugen in the headlamps on your suits, lighting his back and the dusty void beyond. You see the boxes appear, as if by magic. Out of the dark, Eugen glides past them. Does he not see them? You stop and take a look at the loot. A stack of 4 sealed boxes sit in the middle of the bay, their armored exteriors caked in dust. You wipe it away and squint at the aging label. They look like industrial shipping components, still sealed, totally untouched in the belt. In the belt, where most tech has been through hundreds of hands, patched up and reconfigured, this is a solid haul, but not the kind of haul that gets crews fighting over it. Something doesn't add up. They aren't here. Eugene's voice crackles up through the radio. What? Back wall of the bay. Come see. You kick off from the crates and glide through the dark until you see Eugen, the back wall of the cargo bay, and something that confuses you for a second. A black shape, a ragged circle around Eugen. You squint inside. Inside it, tiny lights twinkle. It takes you a moment, but you slowly realize that you are looking through a hole in the wall to the stars beyond. Someone beat us to it. His voice is flat. They are gone. Are you serious? Look for yourself, he points. This happened a while ago. They punched in and took it. What aren't you telling me? Eugen turns back to you, his face pale in your torch headlights. He seems to be lost for words. Folks? Bliss's voice comes through the suit comms channel. I've got Seraphim telling me Vesna's crew are heading this way. So whatever you've got in there, if you want to keep it, grab it and get out now. I'm already heading for the rig. I'll get the cargo bay open and prepped for your arrival. They pause. Don't dawdle. I mean, like, they're gonna be here next cycle. We'll be fine. You scan the bay and notice braces built into the floor near the hole. Whatever this thing it was big and tied down. Eugen suddenly seems to regain his focus. The crates. Let's grab them and go. You glide back across the bay, your mind still racing with questions. Something about Eugen's reaction tells you he knew what he was expecting to find here. If that is the case, you think, it's yet another lie he's told you. You both reach the crates and quickly lash them together, guiding them weightlessly out of the room between you. As you do, you meet eyes with Eugen, and he looks away. I really hope you two idiots are on your way back. Seraphim chirps over the radio, because Vesna's boys are just about to reach that wreck you're on. We're inbound. Eugen quickly responds, then clicks his radio off. Well, Seraphim continues. Tell me then, what ancient and powerful treasure did you find in that thing? Gold? A Conway warhead? I mean, 3 crates of components. Seriously? Seraphim pauses. Sleeper, me and you are going to need to have a serious chat. You cross the debris field to the ship in silence. Your eyes on the scrap for a sign of Vesna's crew. You don't think they'd ambush you, but then again, you wouldn't put it past them. As you reach the cargo bay and guide the crates through the open door, you shoot Eugen a final glance. Give me time, he says quietly over the radio. I'll explain in time. You consider pressing him, even shouting at him, but you realize there will be plenty of time for that on the journey back to the far spindle. For now, you just want to get out of here. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to do this, right? I only have this anyway. So yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Why did I have so much stress? I don't have any right now. Something flickers in the back of your mind. You stop. You have to stop to blink it away. It is a tightness behind your left eye, an aching point that refuses to move. And then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the rig systems, a new whine amongst the chorus of the life support and ventilation. Sleeper. The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you had slipped my net. Export jumps into your mind, and oh, sorry. Put the mic stand really close to my mouse, smacked it. An image of the station emulating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant. His voice hisses into white noise, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, sleeper. The hiss drops, and I will retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves your finger to tap your forehead. In here. Until you cannot resist. Bright smile, pale eyes, a growing hiss that hurts. Then the hiss is gone, the rig suddenly quiet, the stinging tightness diffusing behind your eyes. But the fear remains. Sleeper, you good? Seraphim is there, floating by your berth. You were talking. Lane is coming. Seraphim looks alarmed. You feel him? You feel him, right? Whistled through my lips. He looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. We find a way. He frowns. Somehow. You nod. You do not know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this. How he is able to speak into you. But you want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it's too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. Now we talk to Eugen. Eugen has spent the journey back to the far spindle, avoiding Seraphim as best he can. It might be that he is afraid, but you get the feeling it is more likely that he has been making himself scarce out of the genuine sense of regret. Seraphim, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy shit won't even show his face. Seraphim complains loudly as he finalizes docking. Put us in a spacer cruise sites with no care for anyone but himself. You hear the rustle of movement behind your head and turn to see Eugen in the cockpit's doorway, a serious expression on his face. I owe you all an explanation. His voice is low and steady. Believe it or not, this was not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in that wreck and split with it, right? Wasn't it, big man? Seraphim glares at Eugen. No. Eugen gives him a tired look. It wasn't. Hear him out, Seraphim. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Vesna has been searching for a ship. Eugen looks over your heads at this far spindle. An infamous ship. It seemed like she already had a ship, Seraphim interrupts. That was part of the problem. Not a rig. Eugen looks down towards him. A fraction drive ship. An interstellar ship. That seems to shut Seraphim up. And you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here, in the belt? That's tech from the core systems. Why didn't you say? I shouldn't even be telling you now. Eugen frowns. Word gets out that there's a factory fresh fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less. He shakes his head. Gangs kill for much less. You're telling me there's a fraction ship that no one has ever found that's been sitting here since when? Seraphim shakes his head. Since the collapse. Believe it or not, that's exactly it. Eugen looks to you. Vesna put me on the trail. She wanted me to find its location for repayment. He looks away. An old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified its existence, that confirmed the ship was out there, I couldn't give it to her. That's when you found me. You wanted it for yourself? Who wouldn't? Eugen lets out a weak laugh. Take it out of the belt. Freedom. But it's not only that. Eugen folds his arms. You may have met Vesna, but you don't know her. Eugen meets your eye. She's one of the last people in the belt who should have a ship like that. Well, no one has the ship now, if it even exists. Yet to remind you that it wasn't there. Your data was a bust. No, it was there. Once. Those wrecks? Those were the ships that fought over the fraction ship. A bunch of Solheim corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down. And that ship was their ticket. The Aphelion Path. Eugen looks out at the far spindle. It was there. Someone moved it. Hid it. Long before we got there. Yeah. Sounds like a fantasy. I believe in this fantasy, Sleeper. Eugen inhales long and deep. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He looks at Bliss and Seraphim. And to you both as well. I wanted to keep this secret. I wanted to find the Aphelion Path. And I knew that if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. I'm gonna move my mic a little bit. I forgot to move it how I had it when I recorded this last time. Moved it to how I had it when I recorded this last time. There. It's really fucking loose. Jesus. Hold it right there, so I'll just do that. Okay. Yeah, okay. I wanted to keep this secret. I wanted to find the Aphelion Path. I knew that if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. But I'm not done. He raises his head, his gaze hard now. I will find the ship, and I will leave the belt. How will you do that? Seraphim shoots him a sly look. With no ship of your own, and Vesna at your back? Eugen ignores him and moves closer to you. Sleeper, I will uphold our deal. I will serve on your crew, and when I have news of the Aphelion, you will know. How can I trust you? Only you can answer that, Sleeper. Eugen sighs. I would give you my word if it was worth anything. Seraphim turns to you. I know, I always say it. But this time you have to listen, Sleeper. Seraphim gestures to Eugen. This guy is no good. I've known his type. Don't bring him. This can be your escape too, Sleeper. Eugen meets your eye. Man. I mean, what is he gonna do? Like, if we take him along, right? We use him, like as a crew member, and he finds out about the Aphelion Path. Where's he gonna go? You know, hitchhike with another crew, tell them some bullshit lie, and then dip out with them? Like, not taking him just means we don't have a resource. I'd rather have the resource and have him lie to us. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sorry, Seraphim, but like... Seraphim sighs, getting up from his seat. You've got a lot to prove. He passes close to Eugen as he leaves. You better get on with it. Seraphim meets his eye, but says nothing. When Seraphim is gone, he looks to you and nods. Thank you. He turns and leaves too. Quite the ragtag group we have here. Bliss nudges past you. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, Sleeper. But I am glad to see you understand that others need the same. They slip out before you can respond. You stare out of the cockpit at the lights of the far spindle. You hope Eugen understands his mistake. And you hope even harder that Vesna doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact she does. You sigh. The bunks are going to need expanding at this rate. I didn't even think about that. Probably have a max of how many people we can have, huh? You probably bump engineering, right? Like our crew. That's not the rig. We only. Lane is hunting you once again. His progress will be tracked by the hunt clock. It will increase once every cycle you spend in a hub. However, each time you travel, the hunt will reduce by 3. If you keep moving, you can stay one step ahead of Lane. Cool. Because we only have these two. And then at some point, when, whatchamacallit is all fixed up and better. God, why do we have so much glitch? What happened? I'm just not paying attention. Alright. Yeah, we need cryo. I can get some money. Okay, what can we do here? Flotsam, scatter yards. Right, this was up here, right? We can spend a couple cycles here, right? 2 cycles, a cycle and a half. This cycle, next cycle. Meanwhile, I don't know what to do with those. Can I get some money down here? Not with that. Wasn't there something I can do somewhere for some credits? Or for some chits? Was it the trade hall? No. There was like... Oh, was it here? Yeah. Spend these here. Ah, you suck. Come on. There. Just hope I roll good. Next roll. Glitched. Fuck, I forgot. Okay. You suck. Two, 4. It ends next cycle. And I don't have the dice to complete it. I'm sorry. Right. I forgot about this. Let's see what happens. There's no point in doing that one. End the cycle here. Drive failed. Then we're going to the Flotsam after I figure out what's up here. Ah, it's awful rolls. Hope to just get some lucky rolls. Before I do that, ooh. Gotcha. Well, with my winnings, it's really cheap. It's fucking, and let's fill up. Okay, got supplies, we got fuel, lots of time. Because, right, we need to, what was it, we need to go to the Flotsam to get the Hasnav, and then get myself diagnosed. Get myself diagnosed and complete all that shit as quickly as possible. We stay away from Lane for good. It's hard to tell where Flotsam ends and the ships parked at its many docking bridges begin. As Seraphin docks with the station, you realize that the rig now looks like just another piece of accumulated technology. Well, yeah, it's all kind of the same color. One more bit of driftwood added to the raft. Oh yeah, the Flotsam is just a bunch of ships in it. I love this place. Seraphin smiles as he shuts down the engines. You never know what you'll find. Looks like a mess. Seraphin shrugs. It's not meant to look clean. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals? They point out some twisted assemblage of ship parts. Total cowboy welds. They could pop any moment. Seraphin waves away their concerns. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I heard there's 6 or 7 in all. If one fails, it's no problem. He stretches and turns to you. Gotta taste some of the stuff they grow in old Takahe. He kisses his fingers. That's the good shit. Oh great. Bliss sighs. So many layers of redundancy and fallbacks that you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. They rap on the wall of the rig. Sounds like a ship I know. Fuck you, rig's set. Seraphin joins in. The two of you shoulder to shoulder. She got you out there. She got you out here, didn't she? He shrugs at Bliss. No sense of gratitude. I was joking. Bliss looks a little hurt and drifting out of the cockpit, shaking their head. And go to follow, but Seraphin puts a hand on your shoulder. Sleeper. He looks suddenly serious. Remember what I said about getting checked out. There are artificers all over this place. That's what I was gonna fucking do. It'll take a bit of searching, but we need to know what's going on with you. He meets your eye. That's why we're here. Good. Let me know what they say. I'm gonna go see if any of my old haunts are still open. Catch you later. You're left alone in the cockpit with a view of Flotsam. You are left alone in the cockpit with a view of Flotsam's chaotic structure. You look over the multicolor plating. It does, you admit, have a certain charm. Okay. So we're exploring this place? Just this? Oh, it's a good thing I fixed that. Don't love these rolls. Oh, it's just losing energy. Okay. Just what I was hoping for. Oh, it's a contract. Stranded rig. My rig's blown its propulsion, and I'm stranded on some godforsaken rock. Repair crew needed. We'll split haul. No time wasters or thieves. I'm armed. Scrap and components. I need moolah. Wait, what was up with this? Oh, this is supplies. That's fuel. Well, I need food. Oh, it's 4 energy? That's annoying. Oh well. Yeah, we'll explore some more after I rest. And now these are some solid rolls. But I want to save them. Yeah. Because it still gets completed, but I lose 1 energy and I can sort of starve for a second. Okay. The chaos of Flotsam intrigues you. Passage to passage. It is the most incoherent place you have ever visited. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds of conditions hides a forest of wires and ducts, interfacing in ways their manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms are crushed, cargo bays, flipped bridges, and eviscerated engine rooms. Patchwork corridors are lumpen with messy welds bending worryingly along their length. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding Artificer among this chaos has been more than a little challenging. This cycle, searching these winding passages once more, seeing any scrap merchants and junk shops, you have begun to wonder if Seraphin had any idea what he was talking about when he advised you to come here. A sleeper. The voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. You glance in the voice's direction and find yourself looking at a small booth, piled with tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter. The only clear spot in sight. At it, an older man with wet and wandering eyes sits neatly. Approach? Tilts his head. I didn't mean to be rude, please. And he bows a little. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. He pauses, taking care with his speech now. How are you feeling, sleeper? He beckons you a little closer. I am Jean Michael. Though please, to you, Jean Mai. Or is it Jean Mickle? Jean Me? I'll just Jean Mai. I don't care. Let's say Jean. Forget that. Anyway, I work with machines. He sweeps a hand above his counter where you see configuration of tiny parts, mostly small ones. He smiles. I'm not great. Of course. He chops with his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar meant for perching beside his counter. Okay. I'll read it all in one go. My bad. Of course. He chops with his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar meant for perching beside his counter, and is the clarity and persuasiveness of his movements that you obligingly sit. Okay. Your presence is a rare honor here. He smiles and looks down into his lap. I am sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I am just very pleased to see you. Can I help you with something? I was more imagining I could help you. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick, vinyl-like skin, the replaced and broken parts of your body, the marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. Jean. I just told myself I was going to call her Jean. Anyway, Jean folds his hands one over the other and places them on the counter. I do not know what your experiences have been, but I want to assure you that I see you as a person, a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. You look at Jean Mai. I'll just say it however I say it. I'm not going to keep getting hung up on it. His own age, where also evident. A life of precise and careful work shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You note his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice. It is his turn to feel observed. I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. He looks down at his counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that, how to say, was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repair. He tinkers with the parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail. And so I was busy for many years with these small fixings. He smiles in reminiscence. But now I find that when I am interested in anything that is not working as it should, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers. It is because it might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. He releases the altered object into the air, where it balletically twists in a hypnotic display, like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. Jean smiles at you, watching his hypnotic toy. I can see that you are in a process of becoming, sleeper. He catches the spinning toy between a finger and a thumb. Let me aid you in this. Why? It is my habit. He smiles, and my small offer to you. Jean's precise hands drop to a device around his neck. He deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles, their face blank. Jean's hands play across buttons and switches on the exterior, tuning and focusing. Let him work. Let him cook! When the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on Jean's face. I think you better come inside. He kicks off from his desk and disappears. A moment later, you hear a rattle on the small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was rusted shut creaks open. Jean beckons you inside. Jean's workshop is even more cramped than you expected. As you enter, you are surrounded on all sides with netting holding bundles and bundles of terminals, servers, drives, and cables. At its center, a padded seat and a set of articulated arms mounted with sensors and tools fill the space. The seat, please. Jean gestures at it with a polite smile. Sit. I'm trusting. I don't give a fuck. You tentatively settle on the seat, slipping your arms and feet into the straps, meant to keep you from floating out of it in 0G. Jean floats beside you. He looks across your body. There is damage here. I see that. We will get to that. But I see something else here as well. This is why you came. He looks at you solemnly. Yeah. Though I have never met a sleeper, I have studied them. I was lucky to acquire some materials from SNARP some time ago, in the interest of my own endeavors. He begins arranging a series of sensors around you on articulated arms. You are pleasingly distinct from those materials. Am I right in thinking you have been modified? I rebooted myself. Yes, I see that your dependency on stabilizer, on the immune recoding portion of its makeup, at least, has been broken. He gives you a precise look, but that is not all. You are physically modified, not externally, but internally. He carefully positions the final sensor. Your tracker is disabled, which makes it impossible for SNARP to find you. Congratulations. He smiles broadly. But that is not all. You have been modified. Yes, but you are also being modified as we speak. You feel strange claustrophobia at Jean's statement. Modified? Seraphim rebooted your system, ran the recoding protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. It only removed your planned obsolescence. How? Jean goes to a terminal and flicks a switch. Through the back of the translucent screen, you can see a nodal web in the vague shape of a sitting body, your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. Jean goes silent as he taps at the terminal. The representation of your body rotating and unfolding in unsettling motions. How is this happening? How is a good question. He squints. How I am unsure of. See here, he points at a flickering representation of your spine, tracing a line towards your head. Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points, here and here. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is growing on an umbilical access port, though towards what end I am unsure. I don't know why the music just decided to start bumping. You instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the skin flickers and screeches with noise. You feel for something there, growing. Under the thick vinyl skin, you can feel a lump. Or is that just your imagination? You pick at it. Jean sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partial, and in all honesty, he gestures sharply at the sensors. The resolution is too poor. I need to run a full diagnostic, but for that I would need... He drifts off over to another terminal and brings up screens and screens of text and diagrams. Yes, some kind of medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we will need to bridge your emulation. Jean speaks quietly, almost to himself. A ship mind would be ideal for this. Would have to be high capacity, a prime ship mind, Solheim in origin, perhaps Helion Gate. Might hold records of any that were in the system. He taps at the terminal. Jean turns back to you. Yes, the prime ship mind is essential. If you wish further investigations to be done, I will need this above all. He thumbs the terminal off. I am sorry to say, Sleeper. Can't you tell me more? I'm going to need a minute. Yeah, can't you tell me more accurately? No. He meshes his fingers on front of his chest. It is clear that a process has begun, but is yet to complete. Gene busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms as he does. You try to calm yourself. You feel as if you have worms under your skin, and it takes all your focus not to pick at its seams. Gene suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. Please, remain calm. He puts a carefully restored rare component in your hand. This can help you. Gene waits for you to fall still, then he leans back a little, relieving some of the strange intimacy of the moment. For now, our work is concluded. He meshes his fingers and bows with a small head bob, but you are welcome any time. Thank you. Of course. His manner seems to have returned to something more businesslike, a humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from the seat, a little dazed, and push away into the passage. Safe travels, Sleeper. Gene says quietly, placing the promised list in your hand as he lets you back into the station. You leave dazed, unsure of how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness, but most of all, haunted by the idea of the unseen process they are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further, to leave this place and never look back, and another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on this list, so that you may know what strangeness is happening within you. For now, you must steady yourself and find a way to continue. Another conversation. Elion Gate. Okay. But we need the Hasnav. We need to find out where to get that. I probably skipped it. It was probably over at the fuel engine. Also, I kind of skimmed over it for the sake of story, but a ship mine? Again? Those were actually kind of fun. They were nice to like mess with. Like get a ship mined, get a bunch of parts for a ship mine, to build one, sell it, you know? Use it for fixing stuff. Like the ship, I forgot who was her name? I forgot her name. And I gotta restart the recording. Give me one moment. Alright, I'm back. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm liking this. I'm liking it a lot. Seraphim comes to find you in your bunk. After Gene's assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the Rick, in need of the familiarity and comfort of your own ship. Sleeper? He drifts in. You found an artificer? He hovers by the door, looking concerned. Explain. You tell him about Gene, how he offered you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth, the articulated arms, strangeness of seeing your own body anatomized upon the terminal screen. Then you tell him about your body's changing, growing in ways Gene cannot identify. Some process has been started and you do not know where it will end. You mention umbilical ports and nodal points, trying your best to remember the details of the things Gene asked you to retrieve. Seraphim grows pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Lane, he frowns. That piece of shit has to be behind this. Perhaps. For sure. Seraphim looks stubbornly at the floor. We'll get what you need. We'll find that ship mined. He nods. A bit of work here and there. We can make it to Helion Gate and wherever else. What stuff? What about your stuff? We'll do that too. He thumbs the wall. We're free, Sleeper. No one can stop us. Oh, just say the word, okay? He goes quiet. Don't give up on yourself just yet. He smiles. get up and get back to it. With that, he turns and kicks off down this corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while, staring at the stained ceiling of the bunks, letting the thoughts settle in your mind. And then, when you are ready, you get up and leave, dazed, but with a stony determination growing in your chest. Okay. Gene. Right, you need a ship mind. Unlock this too. Engine components. Work. 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 Fuel. Scrap components. Wasn't it the flotsam I need to get the Hasnav? Or is it Homie's Rock? That way? Because I'm not getting the dark side. Because I have to like go all the way around to the green belt. I don't remember. What did I have to do? What'd she say for how to get the Hasnav? Because I'll just go to Helion Gate right now, otherwise. I mean, I guess I don't really have a reason not to. I mean, I can get some chits really quick and then leave. Because we have the fuel, we have the supplies. Yeah, let's just get some chits really quick. Eight cryo. Need more money than that. Then it's just buying shit. Anything funny over here? Right, the scrapping components. I don't care about any of that. Can I get, how much money do I get for flotsam maintenance? And I get scrap. Buy engine components. And then there's nowhere to give up this raw scrap, right? Nowhere to give it. And you only want that. Yeah, okay. Alright. Helion Gate. Helion Gate hangs over the rig. Its corroded arches resemble the dislocated vertebrae of some vast, long-dead serpent. I mean, looks like a circle to me, but whatever. Okay. That's one big, ugly scrap pile. Seraphin whistles from the pilot's sleep. See, I'm whistling through my teeth. Solheim didn't like to build them small. What was it for? Seraphin shakes his head. System's biggest door. Only opened if you ask nicely. Got to be big if you want to fit every ship that visits the system through it. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Impressive, really. Building something so massive out here. Solheim liked to impress visitors, sure. Seraphim leans forward, looking for the best place to enter the structure. But they also liked to scan entire ships. Oh, but they also like to just talk like you're talking to someone. Right, okay. But they also liked to scan entire ships and impound those that didn't enter through the gate. Seraphim catches your eye, looking for some agreement. Not the most admirable qualities. Solheim was a curse on this system. Seraphim nods. Better off without them, that's for sure. I agree, but without them, this system would just be 2 gas giants and a load of rocks. No harm in recognizing it. You look out of the cockpit towards the gate, its layers of systems and rooms slowly opening to the void, peeling away cycle after cycle to reveal the bones beneath. This is where Jean mentioned you might be able to find the location of a ship with a prime ship mind. Among the old shipping manifests and Solheim records, you look over the towering structure of the gate. This is going to take some work. Suddenly, a flash high up on the gate catches your eye. A light turning on and off again for a moment. You lose track of it. Is this place inhabited? I doubt it. He winks and smiles. You hoping for a station side bar? I have a feeling you'll be disappointed. And this we find in Executive's old liquor cabinet. Bliss pats you on the shoulder and drifts out of the cockpit. Time to see what secrets the gate has left. Customs, Solheim records. This is what we're looking for. And that's the only things we can do. Customs hall. Yeah. Let's just see if we can get what we need. Damn, we're not rolling very high for these. Come on. I just realized we're only going to be working with our fucking supplies for food. Shite. This might not have been a very good plan. This might have been a really bad plan. Well. Food. How much does this give me? 4? Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's a great plan. Scavenge fuel. I mean, I don't know if you guys will actually find anything considering it's out here, but if you do, I'm not gonna ask where you found it. There's also fucking amazing rolls right here. This is some immaculate shit. Alright, what do we find? In the dark, airless void of the archive, something flickers. You have been working in the dark, picking through the guts of corroded machines, skimming the data in their corrupt memories, digging through graveyards in search of ghosts. But now, with another flicker, the place begins to come back to life. All along the rows of benches, some of them crushed by fallen ceiling panels, terminals begin to flicker into uneasy life. A cacophony of distorted sounds accompany the machines, as some of them immediately glitch and spark. Did you do this? You stand frozen as the archive glitters around you with a million shipping entries. The system of information is overwhelming. Node graphs drawing out routes and inventories, tracing a web around you in pale cyan. Suddenly they all shut off, the terminals blinking out together, leaving a single translucent screen glowing softly in the dim room. And in that dim room, drifting towards you out of the dark, you see a figure. Is this what you were looking for? The voice crackles aggressively through your suit's local comms. Who are you? Sleeper, or fuck Junie. Sleeper. You recognize Junie's voice now, tense and sharp. Should have expected to find you gutting a Solheim archive. She stops beside the single online terminal, her suited form silhouetted in pale light. What are you doing here? Same as you, although I'm not going about it quite as forcefully. She folds her arms. Do you have any idea of the damage you've been doing to this archive? Her voice cracks in anger. These machines are decades old. You can't just rifle through them like they were a scrap pile. I was extracting data very carefully. Thank you very much. I think. I didn't really read what exactly it was doing, so lore-wise, I don't know if it was actually very careful or not. There is data here that has been lost for decades, and here you are corrupting whole chains of it. What do you think you are doing? I need something. Yes, I know. She shakes her head. I saw the pattern of your queries. A prime ship mine-equipped ship. Still operational at the collapse, last located in the region around Helion Gate. You can see how pleased she is with herself from here. Junie softens a little, a curiosity getting the better of her. What are you doing looking for a prime ship mine? Yeah, I've been trying to be honest with her as best as I can. I'm sorry about what happened with the core from before, but like, the whole fucking Hexport got blown the fuck up, okay? I'm glad you're alive, to be completely honest. But like, I've been trying to be honest. Careful. So like, I'm just gonna keep being honest. Tell her about what Jean told you by your shifting body transformed by some unknown influence, about the need for a prime ship mine to house your emulated mind while he runs a diagnostic process. She is silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. I am sorry, Sleeper. She sighs, but I can't trust you right now, no matter your excuse. But I've been honest. I know when we met, I tried to trick you, to force you to help me, and that was a mistake. She shifts position a little, moving closer to the lone terminal that remains on. But after what you did, you have to help me. You owe me. She indicates the terminal, and you move a little closer. You can see the screen showing a single bright point, coordinates. You check the info pane beside the map. A Solheim ship, prime ship mine in use, abandoned by all hands after the collapse, tantalizingly in reach. So how about we make this mutual? If you want this ship, you have to promise to take me with you to see it. Her finger hovers over the terminal's keyboard. If you won't, well, the data gets deleted. Junie smiles. You realize she has you. You need that ship mine. You have no choice. It's a deal. I want to point out something back here. I didn't do anything, okay? Technically. In all fairness, we did just kind of let her drone about what she wanted, but we didn't have what she wanted. And we would have gone with the deal, but we just told her honestly, like, we didn't want her to do something that would get her in trouble with Karsten if we didn't have the thing that was going to repay her to begin with. Like, we didn't do anything wrong. I thought you might say that. She softens a little. Do this, and then we are even. If you need to get supplies from the spindle, or anything else, fine. She folds her arms. I'll wait. But, she eyes you. Leave on this job without me, and you will never see me again. Listen! I was right to think you were lying to me! Okay? That's the only reason I didn't bring you! I'll send the coordinates to your ship. See you out there. She nods and turns away. Also, how the fuck did you get here? With that, you leave her in the archive, extracting data. As you ascend back to Helion's gate. Helion Gate's upper levels. Okay. Straight to the map, I guess. I don't have fuel. Do I have enough to get back to the fucking... Shit. That's not good. I might have cooked us. They found fuel! Okay, so, open the whole map. 4. So, well, we got some amazing rolls. And I assume we'll come back. Let's figure out what's here. Let's figure that out. This should take no time at all. Okay. Fuel! Okay, we can scavenge fuel directly. Not very good. Or search for supplies. Can't do that. Data scraping. Collapsed long ago, but there's data to be found. No terminal service inside the structure. I mean, I don't know if Junie would be very happy with us doing that. And we also can't do any of this because we don't have Endure. Oh, the pain. But we have the supplies. We're 2 cycles to sit here. Let's do it. Let's scrape some data. Solheim data. I don't know what that's worth. And then we're gonna come straight back here. We have the supplies. Let's just sit here for a couple cycles. Right? Because when we leave, it doesn't matter how much energy we have. We're not gonna get any stress for leaving. So let's just tough it out a little bit, get some fuel, burn a couple cycles. Maybe spend some 6s on this. Fuel worth. Okay, now we have enough. So if we leave, we won't get any stress, right? I wish I didn't lose that energy because then I would have sat again. Nah, whatever. It's fine. Yes, yes, yes. I want. Fuel. Crew is full. Okay, so we need to take you. Probably better we have engineering because I have both of these. Technically I have that, so I wouldn't even take her normally, but... Let's take Bliss. Let's... Right? Like... Because we have neutral engineer. It's not a plus. But the only thing we don't have is... That's endure, right? That one's endure. Yeah, endure's the plus. Let's take Eugen. Because we need basic endure. Like, if Bliss was an engineering plus, absolutely. Completely cool with that. We're too far sunward, sleeper. Seraphin turns back in his chair to look at you. I don't like it. Ew. Duh, damn, that was a big boy sneeze. I don't know if I'm going to keep that in. Okay. It's hard not to agree. The coordinates Junie found have drawn you out of Helion Gate and almost out of the belt completely, into the soft, rubble-strewn transition with the Helion system to the edge of Conway-controlled space. That's why this ship is likely to be untouched. Junie surveys the wreck coldly. It's too far sunward for belt traffic to run into. And now, with Conway drones patrolling the edge of the belt, it's even less attractive as a salvage site. Lucky us. Junie eyes you, trying to detect if you are being sarcastic or not. I doubt anyone has been here in decades, so actually I would say we are lucky. We need to be quick. Agreed. Seraphin flicks a few switches. We should assume the wreck is being watched, or at least is on a patrol route. As you look out at the twisted wreck, you swear you see a red light blinking between the stars. You exchange a look with Seraphin. He has seen it too. We better get to it, sleeper. Seraphin begins unclipping from his seat quickly and quietly. From what I understand, Conway drones run on automatic until they detect something of interest. Junie unclips too. So as long as we are quiet and we don't have to contend with an operator, just automated search sweeps with no weapons. I'd say we are screwed either way. Eugen shoots you a wink. I'd say better not to be seen, right, sleeper? He gets up out of the corner seat and glides towards the back of the ship to get suited up. You drift out of your chair and head towards the airlock, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Being here is a risk, you know that, but you need this ship mined, so no matter what happens, you won't be leaving here empty-handed. Okay, so just explore for right now. Oh, this is gonna be so nice. Bitch! Fuck you. Fuck is the point of you being here? Okay, so we've got a while. That confused me. I didn't think I was gonna get stressed from that. I mean, she can take a bit more, right? I mean, I'd hate not to. I hate to give her that much, but like, there's nothing else for anyone else to do except for me and her. So, 2. Fuck is the point of you being here? And then 75-25. I can take a little bit more stress. It's fine. Okay. Then we take that. We chill. You'll be important later, I hope. Fuck. That's not great. Whatever. That's fucking horrible rolls, Junie. That's really fucking annoying. You bitch! Making me use all my shit. Okay. Junie leads you deep into the wreck through crushed and twisted corridors, floating floating panels, and wires appearing suddenly in your headlamps like strange sculptures. Just as you begin to tire of the endless dark and the haze of particles washing over your suit, Junie leads you into a chamber where the ceiling is torn open to reveal the stars. At its center lies a cylindrical object, half your height, but raised on a complex pedestal, from which countless thick cables snake off into the dark like braided hair. One or two of them float freely, waving back and forth with glinting severed ends, but most of them disappear into the floor and walls, or twist and curve out of sight. Hang on, give me just one moment. But most of them disappear into the floor and walls, or twist and curve out of sight. Okay. Beautiful, isn't it? Junie stares at the prime ship mind, the stars reflected in her faceplate. Not bad. Junie glides over to the pedestal, pushing her way delicately through the wires. As she takes out her terminal and looks for an access port, she talks softly, her voice carried through the suit comms. These cables lead off to every one of the ship systems: engines, life support, navigation, lighting, networking, you name it. Shipmind has hardwired access to them all. When an old ship like this was running, well, the Shipmind would distribute itself, some of its protocols running freely in different sections. It would be less like a single governing mind and more like a load of systems clumped together to form a complex living machine. Think of a plant rather than a being. A plant with incredibly rapid processing power and a much more accelerated response time than your average tree. You watched as she finds an access port and slips a cable inside, slotting a translucent screen onto the top edge of her deck. Let's see here. Junie's screen fills with bright scrolling data. Incredible. There's so much here. She hits a few keys. I'll start copying this over. It's everything I need. You watch as Junie starts rapidly tapping at her keyboard, her attention sucked into the data she's extracting. Wait for her to notice. You wait quietly in the ruined chamber, watching the stars through the ripped roof. You can understand Junie's insatiable curiosity. These wrecks are incredible. Junie suddenly snaps out of her trance. Right. Where were we? The ship mind. Let me check. As I thought, she sighs. So like I was saying, the protocols inside the ship mind are distributed. So when the ship mind is shut down unexpectedly, the protocols are rarely all contained in this unit. She places a hand gently on the cylinder. As is the case here, parts of it are trapped elsewhere, in the ship system nodes. Ship systems nodes. She taps a few keys, which is a problem. There's always a problem, luckily. Junie turns back to you smiling. You have me. If we rip this thing out now, with parts of its protocols elsewhere, it's probably going to destroy itself the moment we turn it on. It doesn't matter that we are going to wipe the whole thing anyway. It'll be too late. The mind inside the ship mind will be broken. But if we find the nodes housing the distributed parts, power them up, and then disconnect them, the protocols will be sent right back into the ship mind, into this ship mind here, and we can take it out clean. How do we find the nodes? We either ask the cradle very nicely, or we spend the next cycles following these cables to see where they lead. Well, I only have 2 cycles worth, so... I've got an incoming signal. Seraphine's voice suddenly cuts through on comms, urgent and nervous. If you're lighting up the systems and networks down there, time to stop. You hear a click as Junie disconnects from the cradle, and the two of you exchange nervous looks, instinctively backing off from the ship mind. Suddenly, a faint red light glitters in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. You hold still. The moment stretches out. You hear Junie breathing through the comms. The light flashes, pauses, and then fades. You take a breath. Too close. Conway drone. Sniffing the network. We're clear. Seraphine chimes in again. I've turned off almost all of the rig systems. But we need to be careful. Keep network activity to a minimum. Understood. But we will need to access the networks to get this ship mind out quickly. Then I hope you're feeling lucky. There's a click as Seraphine closes the line. You and Junie look at each other again, and then at the ship mind encased in its cradle, wrapped in cables. This isn't going to be easy. Especially when I'm about to lose these. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so like, can you do fucking anything? You're kind of cooked. Good. Just try to get this as quickly as we can. This sucks. You're fucking cooked, dog. Oh. That fucking sucked. On every end possible. God damn. And then you have... I can't risk them. Oh. You can take the stress. Come on, bud. Okay, maybe you can't. Maybe you can't. Yeah, we're just gonna fucking hell. Okay. Okay. You're giving me Conway alert for that? You cunt. Ugh, no point risking it. Let's just get this done. Fuck. Fuck you, Eugen. I should have brought Bliss. Fuck. And then you're cooked. Fuck. We don't have a choice. We need to get this ship mined. You suck, Junie. And then you're still fucking useless. Uh, 75, 25, 75, 25. It's not. Okay, man. I get one roll. A 2? A fucking 2? And we've got nothing. Because I can't roll anything next turn. I just lose my shit. Ugh. I should have re-rolled it. I should have re-rolled it. Damn you, Junie! And I can't leave until it's failed or otherwise. Yep. I'm cooked. Start as a creeping dullness, something that drew you further from the world, cycle by cycle, but now the moment of waking, it is a shifting pain. It jumps across your body faster than you can follow, and you jerk against it. As you do, a numbness starts to spread across your skin, as if you were sinking into cold water. The pain dances across this numbness, as if it was skimming on its surface. But then, as you submerge, it becomes distant, and you realize you are leaving this body. Your frame, your shutdown is an unraveling, no longer painful, but now inescapable. As parts of you disappear, your mind decays, your awareness depleting alongside your body. All of a sudden, something is missing, but you're unable to tell what. Then another thing, then another. These blind spots gather, shutting off your vision, your touch, your sense of smell. In the end, you're little more than a pulsing point of a flickering thought. For a moment, in this reduced state, you persist an ungraspable image of life suspended in front of you, unreachable, unknowable, and then you are gone. Your dangerous run has come to an end. Death is permanent. But you have choices. You wish to continue this playthrough on a lower difficulty, reload the game from the main menu, change your difficulty in the pause menu. Damn. But you know, there was stuff I wanted to fix. I made so many mistakes throughout the run. So, you know what? I will keep this for right now. But we go again.